Hey, what's up? Today's gonna be interesting. Excited about this one because this one I actually want to use like for my own purposes and my own businesses and things like that. A little disclaimer: we are not hacking any websites. We are finding vulnerabilities, which is something every engineer does when they're or web engineer does when they're looking at securing a website. We're looking detecting vulnerabilities using AI, or we're going to be using code Llama and as an LLM to build this uh, interface so that we can capture. Well, we're going to be Puppeteer, obviously, because we're web scraping, so we have to use Puppeteer. You're not 10x if you don't use Puppeteer. Um, so we're going to be using Puppeteer to scrape the network on whatever site we test on. We can test on like GitHub. I think that's a site everyone kind of understands. And we're gonna analyze. Oh, let me not like show. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But we're gonna analyze. Let me make this smaller. We're gonna analyze the network of Puppeteer, or of the Chromium browser we're gonna use, and then in that network we're gonna essentially capture the HTTP requests and responses, and then ask Code Llama, which is trained to, or an instruct version of Code Llama that should be able to analyze the meaning of certain JSON, and specifically JSON associated with HTTP. I think, I hope that's what we're testing out. Maybe we'll just use a generic model if it doesn't work, but I think it should work. But we're going to try to analyze what these mean. So, or what these HTTP requests mean. So overall, my idea is if I can, oh yeah, and the cookies as well. If I can analyze network traffic and cookies, I can figure out what backend. Oh yeah, this is like my notes. Isn't this funny? Have you researched? Yeah, I've looked into Gorilla a ton. Yeah, I like Gorilla. Um, so we're gonna, so yeah, Gorilla API is very cool. Um, and I think that I'm gonna hold off on messing around with it just because there's so much happening with those models. Uh, I think I'm just gonna keep messing around with the lower levels of things, but I really like the work they're doing. So here we're gonna try to analyze the network traffic and see if the backend what try to guess what their backend is. Try to guess what the server architecture is. Maybe we can see what the reverse proxy is. We can guess if they're using any cloud providers for any sort of services. We're going to see what front end framework they're possibly using. We're going to try to guess a ton of stuff. This actually doesn't matter as much, the front end framework, but we're going to at least try to guess what the HTTP interface in the background is. Um, and a way to sort of reverse engineer these websites. I'm very into reverse engineering the web. I have been for years, and part of being a good web developer is being a good being a good engineer is being a good reverse engineer. You have to be able to poke at things and see what happens. And in the world of language models, and also in the world of pattern recognition and data science having a boom, and the backbone of data science being this idea of pattern recognition, at least in the way it's being utilized, we're now at a point where we have so many different web architectures, and we have so many different, like, frankly not provisioned very well HTTP requests happening back and forth. That my thought is if we intelligently utilize an LLM and get our web scraping on it and try to really figure out good ways to structure how we capture information from a website through a browser automation, we can properly analyze some vulnerabilities happening on different websites. We'll mess around with some websites, maybe like GitHub. I think it's like I want to use a website that has basic login, auth, and sign up, because we're also going to be I want to do something where we're going to be auto submitting all the forms and figuring out. This is going to be a more intensive one comparatively to other streams I've had this past week, I guess. But this one is going to be we're going to be essentially auto submitting a ton of forms on the site and capturing the network in the logs. And I heard about a model fine tuned to write exploits. Yeah, toss it. Here, Florian. Oh, can you just say the name of it? Because they don't do links here. But yeah, so so yeah, and then we're gonna give it once we learn the stack. It's a SaaS like GPT. Oh, it's on the dark web. Okay, well then don't send it. um, everything we're doing today is legit. It's all legal. We're just doing. We're not writing any exploits. We're detecting vulnerabilities. And maybe, hey, if someone from GitHub finds this, uh, Dark Bert, is that actually what it's called? That's a funny name. But we're just gonna be so maybe we can actually find a vulnerability and report it and do some bug reporting. Be like, hey, GitHub, we figured something out. Worm GPT. So, all right, so a couple things we want to simulate. So we want to get the initial page render, and we want to get a few things we want to analyze. So when you're like trying to figure out how things work on the web, you have to analyze the network. A couple things we want to figure out is one, we want to figure out. I said one. We want to figure out what the. We want to figure out server architecture in the abstract. We want to try to figure out what are the technologies that are actually used in this backend, and we're going to do that on an initial page render. So we're going to get the HTTP requests from an initial page render, and we're going to have a prompt code Llama that's going to be something along the lines of prompt engineering is going to be something along the lines of here's a ton of HTTP requests in order from the network in a Chromium browser. Do we have to say that? In sequential order. And then we'll say like yada yada. Like, what do you think the server architecture is? And then we'll say like list out the technologies and the reasons why. So we wanted to do reasoning. So that's why we're going to say list out the reasons why. And then we're going to have to say like structure your response. So you just give us like an item. The same, we've done this a ton before where we actually get like an itemized list of things. So that's going to be the prompt engineering angle here, where we're going to be the bot is all it's going to be is it's going to be automating a process where it renders a page, and it's going to be simulating user interactions, which is after this. First, we're just going to first render the page and then understand the architecture, but then we're going to understand user data. So if you're in a situation where you want to find vulnerabilities for good reasons, obviously that's not a wink, by the way. Don't use what I'm doing for bad. Do it to secure your websites. This isn't this is for security, okay? But user data, we want to be able to, and also it is cool seeing vulnerabilities from websites. Like obviously that's awesome. We are making a hacker bot. We're just not we're not making the writing of the code. We're making the detecting part. We're doing half the job. It's a 10x hacker bot though. If someone wants to do the other half, hey, that's on you. I obviously won't do that. So the user data is when you're reverse engineering 50-50. What do you mean, Maliki? But so the user data is super important, and how user data flows through the network is super important in learning in vulnerabilities. We're not going to be we're not going to be like we'll see if they could detect things like cross-site scripting and things like that. That's why we're also going to pass up the cookies too. So there's a user data prompt that I want to do where I want to say, given these cookies, or given these cookies, and given these form requests, we'll also form submissions. We should also detect what the form is. So we have to detect what the form is. Like, is it a login form? So we'll probably pass up the HTML for that. And we're also going to want to say, get after given the cookies and given these form submissions, the HTTP response and request. I don't know why I flipped that, but given this information, detect what the form is, detect any oh yeah, we also have to say, this is the coolest part, given also the server architecture we figured out in the first part. So we're going to figure out the server architecture from the initial render generally. And we're going to see if the LLM is smart enough with its vast pattern recognition. We're going to see if it's smart enough to actually understand server architecture and reasoning from, like, this may not work. I think it might. I believe that it might work. So the overall goal here is, in the end, I want to input a website and output a list of vulnerabilities. And these are approximate. This is a vulnerability like hacker bot. So this is the first part. This is the first half of hacking. We're not doing the illegal part of hacking, obviously. We will not be writing any exploits or doing anything like that. If you want to do that, that's on you, and take that up with your god, or do whatever. this, but this is a security tool anyway. So we're detecting any vulnerabilities based on this data, any additional vulnerabilities. So this is really where we're getting the vulnerabilities, is when we're dealing with the user data. So we're detecting forms, and we're detecting whether or not there's user data that is associated with these forms. Not every form is, and this is something that I think a lot of engineers, if you're watching, you know, a lot of forms don't have the form element. So we can't just scrape all the form elements. We're going to have to scrape all the inputs, and we're going to have to be pretty smart about detecting whether or not this input is a form. And I think there's different ways of doing that. And we could figure out an algorithm to find the closest button, or to trigger an enter. We could have different passes to try to trigger forms. First, obviously, we're just going to detect forms because that's easy. We're not going to just do the hard thing first. But anyway, so we're going to do, because, and by the way, and the reason I'm saying this is all user data. is comes through inputs and cookies, storage inputs, and that's honestly it. Like anytime your past data is flowing through from you as a person, there's vulnerabilities to be exposed. And you could say like clicks as well, but that's click tracking is more so to just sell you stuff. Your cookies, your local store, any storage that's happening, um, your IP, things like that. But that's we'll just maybe put that in the storage bucket. But storage and data flow are the things that you have to worry about when it comes to these types of vulnerabilities. Um, so cool, but it's educational. I want to be very clear because I know people are impressionable. Okay, I don't want some kid watching this being like, "Oh, cool, I can like some script kiddie." Be like, "Oh, cool, I'm gonna go destroy the world." But then again, I get it because I was like that when I was a hungry little 12-year-old. I would go on forums all the time, and I'd be like, "How do I destroy the world?" Just being real. Like, well, not like that extreme, but I'd be like, "How do I like?" Like I'd be like, "How do I?" Like I'd literally be like, "How do I just DDoS?" I don't know, like any site. That's dark. It's dark. It's dark. It's like, but that's real. There's people out there that just do it for fun. That just do it for fun. I never really did anything bad though. Anyway, so the prompt engineering for this is going to be similar to this prompt engineering. I like this. This is a good architecture. I think. Let's run it back. So how are we going to do this? This is our 10x hacker bot. So our 10x hacker bot is gonna. This is kind of sometimes when I'm writing notes, I'm like, I'll like undo the stuff that I read at the top, if that makes sense. Um, okay, so give the LLM a scenario. So we're gonna give it a scenario after this. So we want to figure out the server architecture and the abstract, and then two, we want to get user data. So understand our user data, because really all LLMs are is their language reasoning machines that can approximate words tokens based on its uh, geospatial understanding of words. So it is it's somewhat of a the way LMs understand words is actually very like there's many dimensions to it, and it's more in that's why it's like token space, like it's more in a spatial thing. And the reason why that's fascinating for this is if you see 1,000 different, and I don't know how many HTTP responses Code Llama saw, but assuming it's seen a ton, and these responses are connected to descriptions of what they do and descriptions of the page and descriptions of HTML, I think you're gonna get really fascinating stuff. Like really fascinating results. Let's see though. Let's see. So nice. So let's run it back before we get to coding. This might be a long one, by the way. This one's this one. I'm excited for this. This is this stuff I like. All right, so I like the other stuff. I like making like stuff like Heaven Bob, but this is the stuff where I'm like, this is that 10x stuff. All right? It's like when you're like when you're trying to like really understand how things work, that's where like you really because in the end, I hope I just learn more about how the web works and about web security here. All right, we want to figure out the server architecture in the abstract. Get the HTTP request from okay, so we're getting the HTTP request from the initial page render, and then we're gonna do our prompt engineering. Oh yeah, so how are we gonna communicate with Code Llama? I like my whole setup of like using Colab as an API, and I'm just gonna do that with like until I get a better computer. I'm just gonna do that because it's super fast, and I like Colab. Everyone has their opinion. I get it, but Colab's great. All right, so let's do it. The browser simulation. All right, so the goal. All right, let's do it. Let's build a HackerBot. CD. Let's make HackerBot. Our 10x HackerBot. Bot. Let's do hacker. Let's be more civilized today. Obviously we're using Puppeteer. Use Puppeteer all the time. We're going to be analyzing traffic. And I wonder if we could analyze a heap snapshot and get. I think that's fine. We want to look at when you're looking for vulnerabilities on the websites. Remember, it's all about user data flow. What are the interactions? We may also want to say, no. I think this is good. All right, cool. So we're installed Puppeteer. What else do we need? That's it. Pretty sure. Cheerio? No, we don't need that. All right. So I'm gonna set up stuff here so we get our data, and then I'm gonna move over into Colab to do stuff in there. For now, we're gonna get our 10x HackerBot, and HackerBot. We're gonna have a. Okay, so you've seen me do it before. You've seen me set this up before. I feel like. Wait, why am I getting file system? I've gotten file system so much that I don't need the file system. Oh, let me move the utils from that video I made the other day. I made like very good utils for on the for Puppeteer. On what video was that? That was Karen Bot. That was a funny video. All right, so where is the utils? So let's get this. And okay, we don't need, this utils is actually, oh yeah, we can do the load cookies. We don't need to actually do any cookie stuff. Yeah, we don't need any of this. This was not, I don't need this. I don't need all this stuff in here. All right. My bad. This is supposed to be in a different file. So let's go create a utils. Utils.js. Let's go get setup browser. And this just sets up the browser. And we might need the timeout. I don't think we really will. And then we're getting the HackerBot. All right, so first things first, we want to set up the browser. And the way this function works is I just get my page context and I get the browser object here. And with all this, we can say set up, do you prefer building APIs with Python or Node.js? APIs? You mean, are you talking specifically server side work? Or do you mean just the concept of API? Because for server side, I prefer Python. Yeah. No, actually, it depends. It depends on the app. For server side, I like. It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm doing something a real time, something that's heavily focused on real time, I'll prefer Node for something super quick. Like if I'm doing like a chat app or something and I want to make it super quick, I'll do Node. For most things, I'll prefer like Flask and Python. Like I actually really prefer that. Yeah, Node's cool though. I mean, I do so much Node. for server side, like if I'm only picking server side, Python is probably the best. If I really, that's what I prefer. If I was gonna like start building something from scratch that needed, and I knew it was gonna, like my timeline was like set, and I knew that I was gonna get like customers and all that, and I didn't have to iterate a ton, I'd probably do Go. Go is like ideal for coding backends. Um, Concurrency just comes with it in a way that isn't like dumb like in Node. I'm doing C# and TypeScript, but I don't need to do a fast API using Python for a LLM powered app. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you can use whatever you want. Yeah, I mean, there's no the drawbacks you're gonna get with if you pick Python or Node or anything. If you have an LLM powered app, like the only issue is like where are you running your LLM, you know. So I would really focus on how that's happening and whether or not you need an LLM. And whether or not like, and if you're using GPT-4, that's fine, but that's one thing I would worry about there. I'll need to use Python because of my job. Oh, okay. Oh, really? Yeah, Python is actually, I love Python. You're working the data scientist. Data scientists, make sure they're writing good code. Is that fake news about data scientists? No, I just feel like data scientists sometimes it's like maybe they, I don't know, like I feel like getting a data scientist that writes really good code is just not like likely. What does system of zero mean? I started working on and write. How did you start? I don't know. Spoken property. First off, your name. So your property. Like I don't understand. Uh, like how do I address you? Are you like a guy? Like just. But what do you mean? What do system of zero means? I started working on launch CTL and write. Wright's my last name. Uh, which is weird. No, it's spoken poetry property. I'm just messing with you. You don't have to verify that you're. I know. Um, you having an issue with launch CTL? I don't understand. But yeah, if launch CTL is having, if you're having problems with that, like I don't know, can you talk a little bit more about what's going on? All right, let's see. All right, let's do. So the way this is gonna work is we're gonna let's just we don't have to actually make this a. It's gonna be the website that we want to do. Let's just do GitHub for now. GitHub. Let's go to the GitHub login page. Actually, let me sign out. All right, nice. Let's go. I just signed out. Oh wait, no, I didn't click the button. Wait, what? That's so weird. Now I'm on Docs. All right, sign out. Okay, just sign out. Yes, I didn't click sign out because I'm an idiot. All right, it's just login page. Okay, so this is how it's gonna work. So we're gonna go. Let's go to the login page. Uh, const equals x let. Did you start with terminal dealing with system mainframe and restore them? I had machines Windows Vista growing up. Now I'm going to any kind of navigator. How are you doing with Python? You're asking a lot of stuff about spoken poetry. Um, do you want to know like how to get better at Unix or systems? Yeah, I think spoken property. Are you a bot? Because like what you're saying, like I Like, wait, is someone heaven banning me right now? Is someone using my heaven banning script? Okay, you're just asking how do you get okay, spoken property. Next time, literally just say how do you get better at Linux? Okay, okay. All right. Okay. So if you want to get better at Linux, um, I highly suggest you start. You know what's a really good way to get better at Linux? Always set up your own. If you're a backend person, set up your own servers from scratch and do everything from scratch. I think that's how I got better at terminal stuff the most. Is whenever I had a project and I wanted to have my own server, I didn't just I would use like some platform as a service stuff for if I just like needed something quick, but I'd always get my own box and I just set everything up on my own. That's more of a goal directed way of doing it. If you just want to like study it, get a Unix programming book. Like get like a dummies Unix for dummies book, Linux for dummies book and just read it. Like that's the best way to learn the fundamentals and then apply it with your projects. Um, and yeah, yeah, you have to learn. I mean, learning Linux just happens because you're living as a software developer. All right, so let's go to website. Yeah, 100% Florian. All right, so when we go to the website, we're gonna have to do some. I already have something to capture the network, so I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna go steal my code, but we're gonna have to do a ton of stuff to manipulate it. Always steal your own code. Always steal. Oh yeah, we have to wait for the network idle. I have this banker bot thing. That was a fun video. That was a fun video. This is all I need. All right. I'm gonna walk through my code here. When I go to the library, I read one. I pass the book for every time I go. Dude, buy that book. Buy it. Spoken property. Buy it, man. All right. So what we're gonna do is first let's actually. So how this works is we're waiting for the network to be idle, and we're actually just waiting for content right here. We want to do network idle 0, which in Puppeteer is sort of saying this is like it's not documented, so it's such a pain. But the network idle 0, it just means like wait for the full network idle, and the network idle 2 is sort of waiting. The interval that it's waiting until the network's idle is based on the initiation of these requests, not based on the success or the return, which is really useful when you're trying to make an ad bot detector, which I was making the other day. Here we're gonna just wait until the full network's done, and we're gonna capture all the requests, and we're gonna have to filter these. What am I doing here? So I'm getting the resource. Let's just log these resources. Let's log these, and then let's just return it, and then let's just log this, and then let's close the script. Well, let's look at what we got here, because there's a ton of stuff we don't want to take. We want to take everything that's like useful. We don't want to just pass a ton of like CSS and stuff like that in the network, because that's just it's useless for these. Maybe the URLs might be interesting because it could guess that based on the URL structure, it might be able to guess it's a certain type of server. By the way, hopefully you guys can watch this video and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna not have a powered by header on my HTTP requests." Which, by the way, that comes with Express. So if you're using Node and Express, please remove the powered by header that says powered by Express. My dream job is robotics engineering. I'm into breadboard. Nice, dude. That's awesome. Do it. Don't dream it. Do it. Be a robotics engineer. All right. So we want to do this website. We're just gonna run this. And is there anything broken in here? I think we're good. All right, let's run this. And this will be we don't need to do any headless bot stuff. This isn't we're not doing any crazy stuff. I doubt we're ever gonna get rate limited. If we do, we'll just try another website to find the vulnerabilities on. I'm gonna after we get some network data for the initial page render to learn about the system, we're gonna make a prompt and we're gonna pass that prompt up to a Colab environment. Oh, well, that's not good. Hold on a second. I'm going to be one. Thank you for you're so inspiring. Oh, I appreciate that. All right, let's go. Oh, I see. I see. When we pass this up to, it's not. These are objects. Um, so let's actually let me undo the thing that I did here. So yeah, always like for all your dreams, it's like you only have so much time here. So just do it. Let me think. Oh, we just want to map it, and we want to get. It's like, especially if you're a young man, you don't have a lot of you know, dependencies, things like that. Obviously, I'm not gonna like. I think I can do object. Forgot how to do that. Wait, JavaScript object from. That's a thing. Object from entries takes a list of. No, no. Let's see. Class to object. JavaScript objects are like it doesn't make any sense. And I get it. Someone's gonna like try to but actually no. You're coping. You're coping. The irony is like Java actually makes way more. I'm just gonna stringify it because yeah, I'm just gonna stringify everything. Just because I need to read it. Java actually makes way more sense. Like in terms of objects and classes, um, properties, interfaces. It's like whoops, forgot to undo this part. By the way, I don't like Java at all. I'm just saying it makes more sense. I actually don't like Java, by the way. The most effective place to run the Heaven Band bot would be in a small stream like yours to start to build a relationship with the streamer. Dude, that's so true. Spoken property. I just want to verify you're not a Heaven Band bot. That's like, or maybe Florian, maybe you're a bot. Are you? Is this because every criminal has to say their tell. Every magician has to say their tell. What's the name of the job you do? I'm just a coder, dude. I'm Jared the coder. That's it. I'm Jared the coder. No, I'm self-employed right now. I'm like it's so funny. I'm starting a business. I'm making money mentoring and like doing consulting and like contracting. So I essentially give different founders advice per hour and like mentor like new engineers. It's way better life. I like vowed to never be a full time engineer anymore. For myself. This is not advice for anybody, by the way. Um, I'm not. My name is. Hey, what's up, Rayshawn? Why not just make your name Rayshawn? How can I be on point on each stream if not being? Yeah, no, it's true. You're right, Flora. You're right. No, but traditionally, I was just like a software engineer. Um, Mostly had full stack jobs. 7'3", by the way. People always think I should play ball, but don't say you're 7'3" in a chat and think and expect people to not think you're a bot. That's not like, I feel like if you were 7'3", you wouldn't say that in the chat because you'd be like, oh, people will think I'm a bot if I say something like that. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. All right, so no, speak about me. It's all good. It's all good. You're just being ribbed. This is ribbing. Okay, so this is I don't want to get CSS resources. And by the way, the start time, we want to order these by start time. I think they're already ordered. Yeah, they're already ordered by start time, which is good. That's really good. And by the way, I'm waiting until the network's idle. So all these requests are all. Wait, this is not a lot of requests. This can't be all the whole network. This can't be the whole network. Hold on a sec. See a lot of assets. Let's look at let's go into the inspector here. Is this really the whole network? Oh, it's refresh. No. No, there's a ton of stuff here. Oh wait, no, I think this is the same amount. How much is 60 requests? How much stuff is in here? That doesn't look like 60. Hold on a sec. Onboarding request.length. Hold on a sec. Oh, it's not waiting for the whole network to finish. Oh no, it has 59 things. Nice. Yeah, one. I guess I missed one thing. All right, cool. So we're getting all the requests. All right, so we have. Do we want the Java? Yeah, we want JavaScript. Oh, I totally forgot. For these scripts, I actually don't think we want to get the script that's returning because it's going to explode the context window. How do we deal with that? I don't think we want that. I think we mostly just want like JSON responses. We have to actually capture the response. We're not doing that here. But I just need to see what these are. Obviously, I want to say the resources that got requests and the names of them. But we should really detect whether this response is. So we get all the script tags. I don't like looking at the server architecture through script tags. I like looking at it through I forgot what they call it, but there's requests that are there's initiator types that are. Let me get all these initiator types. Return just the initiator type. Oh. Let's just get the initiator type. Let's run this again. That's what a bot would say, though. Yeah, a bot would say they're not a bot. Okay, so beacon, link, beacon. We want to ignore all links. So let's just do that first. I don't want to get any if you don't know, a link is a resource in the network that is like a CSS file. It's like the link tag. I'm going to say if initiator type. I already had this and I removed it. I can see why I had it. Some of these were called CSS too. CSS link includes initiator type. I just rewrote something I already had written here. See, my brain just it's working the same way it did before. I mean, yeah. What did I just say? All right. So we're getting the ones that don't have that. The other seems like we definitely want to get something that's initiated inside of the script because those are the things we really care about. I know I want to detect whether or not the response can be. Hold on. We need to get the response text. Let's see. Let's do that. Rather, we're using this function performance get entries by type resource. It's get HTTP network responses. Let's do this. Yeah, let's intercept these. Resource timing API. Performance. We're already doing that. We're getting all the entries. I want to get the response content. Oh, that's interesting. I think we can get the response content by adding a prototype to XML HTTP requests to capture the value of all these requests. Interesting. I don't think the resource timing API does this give us. Yeah, I don't think this gives us the actual response body content. Let's just do resource timing API. I may have to look this up in terms of like Puppeteer. No one answered this guy. This is to get the method though. We do want the method. We do want the method. In other words, we're intercepting HTTP requests here. Um, practically okay. So resource timing. I'm gonna use Google here. Brave search kind of sucks. I just edited a new clip. Went outside for a bit. Oh yeah, I'm going too soon. Still coding at the moment. Oh, I got 1K subs, or getting close to 1K subs. Wait, Florian, you're heading out. All right, see you, man. I just sigh. I gotta see that, dude. That clip. The Karen bot's so funny. I love the Karen bot. All right, so we need to see if we can capture the HTTP responses. Um, oh, this is so old. It says, "Hey, there's a new thing called service workers." That's so old. I'm gonna look up Puppeteer because I don't think may not be able to do this in JavaScript API. Puppeteer get network requests. Let's do this. You can enable requests. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I want. Oh yeah, there's the page on request thing. Oh, Puppeteer, you've already thought through everything I thought about. Might be. Am I in love with Puppeteer? No, no, no. Of course not. Maybe no. You guys gotta understand. I've been web scraping for a long time, and the API is so good. Yeah, I gotta get to 1K subs. Share with your friends. Doesn't really matter. It's just kind of a random. It is kind of random. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Request client. What is request client? Oh, interesting. So I gotta get this request promise native thing. I don't think I need to get it, but I think it's nice to get. You're starting your stream at 1:30 a.m. Paris time. Oh, that's so funny. So Florian, you're always getting these at like 1:30 a.m. So you're a night owl. What do you think is better, Stack Overflow or GitHub? Uh, they're completely different products. You can't say which one. They're totally different. Still, spoken property. The Stack Overflow is just for question answering, and GitHub is a whole thing for. Do you mean specifically for finding an answer to a question? Because uh, there's GitHub issues that show up. I guess is that what you mean? Like, so like GitHub issues will show up if you're using a search engine, but in terms of the platform, they're totally different. Um, let's see. So, but yeah, I mean, I do think GitHub issues have taken because there's so many issues that are being indexed by Google. For a lot of answers, the GitHub issue will show up higher in Google. If that's what you mean, that's what you mean. I see what you're saying. So like directly researching GitHub issues. So like you can do. I don't think either is better, but what I do suggest is to sometimes this is honestly I don't know why it took a long time to go to Google, but it's like Puppeteer problem doesn't work, and then you're like GitHub.com, right? Then you can maybe like only get and I think you can even say GitHub.com star issues. Does this work? No, it doesn't work. I feel like that should work, but I'm doing that wrong, right? Can someone help me out with that? There's definitely a way to do that. Whatever, I don't really care. You get the vibe of what I'm saying. You could just filter your searches off of that. Stack Overflow is better for general computer science questions, general pattern for doing stuff. Yeah, but Stack Overflow has a ton of specific info too. I don't think they're really that comparable. I think it's just I don't know. I think whatever Google gives me is the answer. Oh, there's a puppeteer only solution. Interesting. So it intercepts if the currently processed, then response buffer can be used without the problem that other requests might asynchronously wipe the buffer as there are no parallel requests. As soon as currently processed, interesting. So I think it stops parsing the request as it's going. Will this make the network slower? I'm just going to use this thing. Where does this request promise native thing? Oh, it's just a request client. So what's the point of this? Oh, it intercepts it to capture it. Wow, that's so weird. That's so weird. I don't really like that actually. I'll copy this and try it out, but actually I don't think that's gonna. I don't think that's doing what I want. This. All right. So let's get the request client. How you doing, Sai? You still here? Sai's been banging out crazy clips. The clips are doing really well. Um, very appreciated. Like I'm like, thank you. Like that's awesome. All right, so let's see. They were to say result. Wait, I don't want to do a ton of stuff in a try catch. Um, I don't know if this is still an issue with V8, but traditionally anything in the try block is unoptimized. Good night. That's all I stuck in it. Has own. I'm stuck. I've been stuck on this. What can you use has own like has own property? What is it, dude? I'm not Google spoken property. Google it. What spoken property? I promise you, I'm not Google. Like I don't have. I don't know if do I look like Google? Do I have do, do I have googly eyes? Google it. Your education will get faster the more you get used to googling. Googling is very useful. All right, so because these are not like so something like specific to the API of what you're dealing with, or specific to the objects or whatever terminology that you're working on. I'm not going to be able to debug that for you right now. So you gotta use Google. All right, so let's go and run this. We have to. I should have a. I should have an automatic like Google it thing on these streams. One thing I really enjoyed when I first started coding is I think this is the culture that at least I kind of grew up in is like if you had a question that was super specific, someone would give you a link of like a Google it link where it like automatically types it in, and that's hilarious. You have to be independent when you're if you want to be good. You have to be very independent. I'm not saying don't like ask people for questions in general, but like, oh, this works. Whoa. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, this is so cool. So how does this work? Yeah, I received one of those. Yeah, everyone has. It's a rite of passage, Florian. It's like, all right. So it's like I gotta rewatch yesterday's stream. That was deep. Which part was deep? I I feel like yesterday I was being a little like what's it called when you're like I was being very reflective on my life. I was being a little like I was just kind of like thinking about my life yesterday. Sometimes I have days like that. It was J-wordy lore. You know where that name came from? I was like 11, and that was my first like Gmail account. When I got my first laptop, I said J-wordy, and I looked because I saw QWERTY, and I was like, my name's Jared. I'll do J A and wordy, and I just never stopped using that Gmail account. Have you ever made an app? Mobile app? Yeah, yeah. I'm not. I was never huge into mobile apps, but I was always more into web stuff. But yeah, and I have to make. If anyone knows a guy that makes mobile apps, specifically React Native apps, I need that right now. I reflected my life when while coding my virtual girlfriend app. Lauren, you have like chaotic neutral energy. I think you're the type of dude that's like no one really knows what he's doing, and then they're like we over look over what Florian's doing, and he literally like destroyed the world with his like soft with his code. We're like, oh yeah, I wonder what Florian's up to, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm making $1 billion selling virtual girlfriends. That's a scheme. All right, cool. So this is working. So how is this working? So we're getting every request. It's making a request with the request URL. It's resolving with this full response. Oh, it's just capturing all the requests. Then what is request continue? Oh, okay. And then it's just okay. I think that makes sense. It's just intercepting the request. It's not that complicated. And I respect that. Yeah, dude, the virtual girlfriend game is like that'll end the world. Especially if it's a physical body, like you're not getting no like that's just gonna I need to see if this is the right amount of requests. But you're just the world's done. It's donezo. All right. We gotta filter these requests and figure out which requests we want and which we don't want. Um you know what you need to do? You know what we should do? We definitely want all the ones that have JSON in it. So let's figure out a way to do that. Let me just see. 58? Okay. It was like 60. I think it's fine. All right. So we want to say for result. Is this a weighting? Okay. Oh, no, we want to do a result filter. I just want to see because if I'm going to analyze a network to try to see if there's vulnerabilities, I want to get a lot of JSON bodies and serializable data. And we'll just constrain that to JSON. We won't try to get XML because no one uses that anymore. Not no one, but very few people do that. So let's get our HTTP request. And then in the HTTP request, let's get the response body. Let's see if we can, let's do a try catch. This is how I'm going to see if the response is JSON or not. I'm going to do a try that returns parse this. Or no, let's just say we're making a little JSON parse validator. So we're going to return true. And then if there's an error, we're going to return false. And we'll just JSON parse in line. So if it's JSON parsable, we'll get that. And let's get the JSON responses. I also want other data that isn't JSON, but I think this is interesting. All right, let's run that. We're working on an avoidance obstacle bot. Like, are you familiar with Arduino Raspberry Pi? Yeah. Raspberry Pi is incredible. Being able to, it really supercharged a lot of hardware hacks once that came out. Let's see. Wait, why is it logging? Oh, my bad. I need to not log everything. Whoops. Okay, nice. So now we're getting all the JSON. Oh, there's only one JSON actually. It's this manifest. Content security. So it's good that we get the JSON. We definitely want all the JSON. We want other stuff too. I don't want the context window to explode. We don't want to get any PNGs, obviously. Content type. Maybe we just filter by content type. See a spoken property. I still don't know if you're fully a bot, but it was nice having you in the chat. And please become a robotics engineer. Don't come back without being a robotics engineer. You will do You do us proud. Shenmue, need me a it helps with GPIO log. Nice. Need me a Raspberry Pi. Got an Arduino working with it. Super cool. Nice. Maybe I should do like some hardware stuff. I haven't done a ton of hardware stuff since like robotics club when I was a kid. No, I haven't really. I haven't done a ton of hardware stuff. It would be fun to mess around with that. All right, so we want to filter by content type. We don't want any images. We should just say the content type that we want. Let's see. Respond. Oh, some of these responses don't have content type. No, no, all of them do. Hmm. How do we parse all this? We want we gotta detect if it's binary data. We don't want SVGs. I don't want to just get like a list of content types. It's so bad. We may have to though. Let me think. Login fragment. I wanted to be an electrical engineer at first. Elmo seemed super cool, but I ended up in software engineering. Why didn't you do electrical engineering? All right, let's see. So server. Oh, I like this has the server. Should we just pass up all the headers? Hmm. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we only take JSON bodies and we always pass up the headers because the headers are actually super fascinating here. We just want to make sure that we can have a large. Yeah, let's take in the request headers. The request URL. All right, let's figure out what our prompt is. So let's say get server arc prompt. So we're getting a prompt to try to guess the server architecture, and we're gonna pass in HTTP requests that we're intercepting in our browser, and we're gonna say for all the HTTP requests, we're gonna wanna let's do this filter. Or let's comment this out. We want to filter them based on some stuff first, and then we want to map them. And then we're going to say, we're going to join, we're going to return a string here, and then we're going to join this string, new lines. I don't know, I guess my thought process at the time was with code, you can literally make anything, but working with hardware can be kind of limiting. Yeah, part of the reason why I went the software route is because I could do more problem solving with impact in a short amount of time. But that's not everyone's. That's just my particular interest. All right, so for the specific request, we want to get the headers. Oh yeah, we got to filter it first. So let's make sure it's just. Let's do this. Let's get all image um file types. I don't like doing things like this. Well, actually, let's say request response headers content type includes image. Some don't have image in them though. It doesn't include image in the content header, but also you see like this is something you want to see. And you can, I mean, obviously this is directly, you can see that they use S3, but I want to get the patterns between all of these things. That's what I think the LM is going to be really good at. HackerBot ideas turn around as fast in this channel. Yeah, dude, we just keep going. We just keep going. Never stop. This one I'm very excited about. Unfortunately, I'm just starting my web dev journey, so I don't know D about D. It's YouTube, so I gotta play it. YouTube. Anyway, but I enjoy watching because at some point I'll absorb something while I'm doing the course. Nice. I'm glad. Yeah, yeah, dude, you're gonna have a ton of fun on learning web dev. This is like after a lot of me doing a lot of web. This is a very good video if you want to like learn about web dev, um, because I'm actually talking about a lot of concepts that are essential to web dev. Because part of getting good at things like technical things is learning the insides and out. So the point of the HackerBot is so we can learn the inside out of web, so we can reverse engineer websites. All right. So we want to say if it's we don't want images. We also want to make sure the file. Let's get the URL. We want to say request.url, and we want to say is file. We actually don't want any files for now. Yeah, we don't want any files. Let me think. Can we just do dot? No, because of the domain. There's a URL tool to parse URLs like this. So let's get URL, parse URL. Let's get the URL dot. Oh, I forgot how that works. Hold on. I'm using my testing environment. I'm going to say URL equals this, and then I'm going to say new URL, and then I get to see what this, I get to test this out. So we want to get the path name, right? All right, so path name dot split, and I think we could split by dots and see, oh no, let's split by slashes, and then let's get the last, so last, so the split or URL split. This, we're just going to try to parse the file out of the URL. We're going to say URL split. Then we're going to get an array item. And we're going to say URL split dot length -1, and then we're going to check if this split dot is greater dot length is greater than 1. That means it's a file. So we're seeing if it's a file and if it's an image. So if it's a file, just ignore it. No, actually, I don't want to do that. See, is asset file. Are there any other type of files we don't want? Let me think. No, we want files. We want files. We just don't want certain types of files. So let's just do this. Let's split. Say is file, and let's say, I know it's a lot, but so we're checking if it is a file, then if it is a file, then get the file get the last thing of the file. Sorry, I'm like figuring this out. Which will be split dot length minus one. Yeah, it's super messy. Actually, no, we don't have to do this. What we should do is just do this, and we'll just say if this index of when you're working on these LM projects, would a standard Colab notebook be able to handle these projects, or do you need the paid version? I've been using the paid version. I actually forgot if the standard one is good or not. Or I mean, if it has access to the A100s, that's really so. Typically, you can actually use the V100s for some of the, especially a quantized 7 billion model. But anything more than that, typically you're going to want an A100. But for the super quantized with QLoRa, bits and bytes, all that, you can get by with V100s on Colab almost always, actually. But it's just I don't know. Really, those that's really good for fine tuning. But if you're not fine tuning, I don't like that. If you're trying to use the reasoning of the LLM, especially for an instruction LLM, and it's nothing to do with fine tuning, I don't think you really want one of these quantized models, super like low parameter quant. I mean, yeah. I mean, there are models that are made for that. So look up the OpenLM leaderboard and find some models that are like supposed to be small and good at reasoning and all that. Um, but I wouldn't. I would try to get like the Llama. So I'm gonna try to test out Code Llama 13 billion parameter here. All right, cool. So let's check if it's a JS file. Oh no, let's check if it's a CSS file. Oh, we can do. Let's just do this for now. What are your thoughts on job security and AI in the software space? Um, if you're useful, someone will pay you for something in life. So it's a matter of whether you're useful. So I think one of the important things about data science right now is it find the use of it in your company. If you're at a company, try to try to really hone in on what you're useful at. Because I think the more you really focus on that, the more you'll realize that a good software engineer isn't just a good coder. Like, there's not, and this is why the boot camps suck, in my opinion, is because they're all just trying to teach you to like learn frameworks and stuff so you can fit into a job description that existed in the past. It's like that's terrible positioning if you want to be competitive. And if you want job security and you want to think ahead of that, you have to be competitive. So, um, if you want to be smart, I would highly suggest trying to really find the value in what you're doing. Like oh yeah, with the code thing, like um, most code bases are written by very few people. They're worked on and pruned and all that over a long period of time by various contributors, but really get good at learning new concepts quickly. And that's a hard like truth that is huge in the space. And you won't have to worry about a lot of job security because you'll always be useful as an engineer as a software engineer. And so like when people are throwing these leak code problems at you, they're really trying to see if it's almost like an IQ test. They're trying to see if you can like quickly problem solve and figure in what your process for problem solving is. So, and I'm not saying that's like that should be the only thing they do. I mean, like that's not. It's a big thing, like that ability, but it's not the only thing. Um, but understand that it's like if you want to like have job security, you have to be really, really good at problem solving, and you have to be really good at sort of like the systems thinking aspect of this, and whether you can pick up a new technology quickly and apply it to a system and understand the system. Because the people that are good at that eventually become seniors and engineering managers, and they become people that have to hire people that have to worry about job security. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I'm trying not to like ramble about it. I'm trying to kind of give a succinct thing. Like, try to not just think in the immediate about the skills and the frameworks and the code and all that, and try to think in the a little more in the abstract about like what it is you actually do. So basically, anything above 7 billion parameter model, and if you're trying to use quality reasoning, uh, you need A100. That's a complicated question, because quality reasoning under what context, Nitro? Because if you can have a 7 billion parameter, like the 7 billion parameter model, Llama model is great for reasoning. I'm just saying, like, if the scope of what you're doing is very large, then I would highly suggest a larger model. But that's why the fine tuning is really important, because if you have a small scope, and like if you have something that only has to know about a particular field, um, it's like maybe fine tune a smaller model with instruction. Look into the eval instruct data set and try to generate an instruction data set purely just based on whatever specific field that your context is. And then you don't need a large model, because the model is always going to be expecting the same spatial reasoning. Like it's all going to be in the same subset of information. It's not going to have to like think about some other concept and have to do the object relational mappings about, plumbing, when it's trained on like just lawyer stuff. But like for these general models, yeah, like you're gonna need, if you're gonna have to reason about a ton of different things, yeah, you're definitely gonna need a huge model for that. And the quantized thing, it's just, you should really only be doing that if you have to, or if it's for fine tuning. Uh, Maybe someone can apply a different perspective to that, but that's how I sort of look at that. Does that make sense? All right, so file. So we actually, let's try to filter these better. Let's try to filter these better. Yeah, we don't like need. No, we actually do want content security policy. We actually do want that. Hold on a second. We want the response body. We obviously don't want any binary files. Okay, the rules are, I gotta make some rules. The rules for the data we're using: one, always include the URL and HTTP method. We always want the HTTP method. Always include response head and request headers. Include body, but only include the body. It's a JSON file for the response body. And we gotta filter stuff. So we gotta filter all image style assets. We want to keep the the JS files. We definitely want to keep the JS files. All right. So let's filter the image assets and the style. So actually, for the styles, we can do. Let me think. Let's just do this. Let's just do this thing. Don't have to do all this. This is overkill. Index. Index of. So we can say is image is asset. So if it has that, or it has let's do these because it might. I think that this image content thing is gonna break a ton. Egg G G. This sucks so hard. Maybe I should say just keep JS files. I think I should do that because this is like not what I want to do. It's in general when you're filtering and you're like web scraping or you're doing something with super volatile data, I highly suggest not doing this. Like specify what you want to keep versus specify the things you don't want to keep. Let's just say keep JS files. Yeah. Yeah, let's just say because that's going to value more for finding vulnerabilities. Yeah. Is JS asset. So we want to say if it's a JS asset, so keep it if it's a JS asset and if not an image. That's all we'll do for now. And then we're gonna make a prompt or we're gonna make our HTTP part of the prompt. And we'll say network response. Or we're gonna tell the or network request info. We're gonna tell the LLM that this is how it's structured later. All right, so it's gonna make a ton of. Hold on, it's not doing it. New line, and then we'll say we'll do that. Network request info, new line, HTTP method, and then request. Oh wait, we don't have the methods in here. How do I get the method? Oh, does it default in the headers? No. Is request method a thing? Request method. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. I really want to start using this. All right, let's return this. We're just gonna. I'm just seeing if the HTTP method is all right. We're not testing anything. Nothing's gonna work yet because LLMs are very powerful at pattern recognition in language. Now go make projects based on that. Okay, so it looks like we have to. Looks like this does work, which is nice. So I can say const request. So you want to know how I get these ideas? You know how I got these scars? Pattern recognition. Or I just see. So it's like if you understand the use of something, you'll always have ideas for projects. Truly. All right. So we want to get the server prompts, and we want to. So this is actually gonna just be our HTTP info request info prompt info. Okay, and then we're gonna go return prompt, which is gonna be like I don't know what the prompt is going to look like yet. For now, let's just do, given this network, this ordered series of network requests, you are a web security engineer bot. You're excellent at reverse engineering HTTP request info. And I feel like that's a weird way to put it. You're excellent at analyzing HTTP network information and determining what the underlying server, and guessing, I'll say guessing, what the underlying server architecture is based on these HTTP requests. I need to say client requests. Rising browser information, network requests from a client browser. Your role is to guess. Is this gonna like actually be able to do it? Guess what the underlying server architecture is, the websites based on given HTTP request information. You need to compare and contrast this series of network information to determine what technologies, server, cloud platforms, libraries, frameworks, etc., are being utilized by this website. The series of client network requests, website network requests. Okay. Here is the format. All right, well, let's see the format. So the format, we're gonna have the HTTP method. Actually, I'm excited for this. This one's for me. I think this is awesome. If I can actually do this, this is like actually kind of useful. If it works. I mean, if it doesn't work, then I'm an idiot. All right, so this is the URL. What is this called? Request URL. Request URL. This is fundamental web dev knowledge. Don't be afraid to understand this. One of the things, like in interviewing web developers and just software developers that have to do a lot of web stuff, the best way to vet them is their knowledge of HTTP protocol and what happens when you request a server from the client browser all the way to DNS, to the server, to what happens on the actual server, to the network card, blah blah blah, and to the actual response. That's one of the best ways to vet someone, and that's something you should understand, or you should try to understand. In my opinion, I think it's super important to understand stuff like that. If you don't, learn it. I've been asked that question like a ton, by the way. Not a ton, but like I've been asked that question. Okay, I'm S at it. Do you have a resource to recommend to learn about it? Um, Interesting. Oh no, not CS50. The CS50 is just this computer science fundamentals. Interesting. I think Florian, what's your do you know a web framework? Or do you have a web framework you're currently using? Um because honestly, when it comes to the overall view, I'm not trying to be a jerk saying this, but you just do kind of have to look that up when it comes to like the whole thing from like the browser to client and everything, because that's a common interview question, so you'll definitely see some answers for that. But to really know, you are a full stack dev, so I would say whatever your .NET server services, understand like that portion a ton, and also read the Chromium docs. So like read the docs or whatever framework you're using a ton, and read the Chromium docs. And actually, if you read if you go and just look at how Chromium works from like the basics, and you actually look at the browser part as well, you're going to learn a lot about the full system, because you're going to learn about how they actually take in requests through the network as well. Because even though that is just the browser layer, there's a lot of information there for the whole thing, because even though it is just the client layer, also you become a better full stack by doing that, because you're also going to learn about how to optimize the V8 engine. You're also going to learn about or how to optimize your code for the V8 engine, which becomes very important at depending on the job. Um, yeah, I would say that's important. But when it comes to like learning the whole thing, in terms of like what's happening when the packets are sent over the wire, that's more, you're gonna have to like just look that up and find. It's just like, oh, a networking. There's a great networking book. Oh man, I forgot what it was called. A networking for dummies would help. I'm not just trying to push for dummies, because I think those books are generally written pretty well. Oh, just like an O'Reilly networking book would be good for that. Just to point you in a direction for that, because I know this is one where it's like I'm not just gonna say Google it, because this is more conceptual. Um, like this is the type of question that's like I like to answer things like this. If you're just gonna be like, hey, like what's like this function name or whatever, it's like I. But for yeah, Chromium. Oh, have I not mentioned that? Yeah, if you're a web dev, read the Chromium like handbook, or not handbook, but read through their documentation a ton. It's super well documented, and it's the foundations of every, like, learn about layout engines, learn about Gecko as well, learn about WebKit. We'll start with WebKit. Um, Learn about all these things. Oh yeah, Eli the computer guy. Yeah, yeah, Eli the computer guy. Totally forgot about that guy. Yeah. Um, that part's super important. Yeah, because yeah, you're definitely gonna. It's because that throws people off a ton, and it's like a basic way to test someone's fundamental knowledge. I've been asked that a couple times. That's definitely like knowing about network engineering and stuff like that is definitely something I would prioritize. I mean, network architecture. Um, you don't need to worry about network engineering, obviously, but architecture, yeah, because people like, I mean, people hate front ends typically, and it's true, and you're gonna wanna, people are gonna want to vet whether you just literally learned like HTML or not. because they don't want you to like waste their time. Because think about it, like if you're going, these engineers, they have, when they're interviewing you, they worked at like, um, I mean, they're being pulled in these interviews and they're working full time on a ton of stuff, and they're being pulled into interviews like some random person, and they're interviewing, and every other person they're interviewing is like a 22-year-old girl that like only knows HTML, who's gonna get paid like six figures, and these are grown men that have to do this. So they're gonna like see you, and they're not gonna like you unless like, and this is like, I'm just saying how the world is, and this is like a thing that so like I'm self-employed, so I don't really care if people don't like this. I can't fire myself, but like the the reality is, like, no one likes these like, I learned HTML and CSS, and now I'm getting paid like 100K because people like me, or like, I've literally, I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't say this. I've been at jobs where I won't specify, I guess, because I've worked at a ton of places, but I've been at jobs where literally I know that like a certain higher ups were just hire like they just wanted to hire someone because of their quote unquote identity, and that's not like, people hate that. Like the people that actually get the work done at the job hate that. And so when you're in these interviews, understand like you will be vetted for your fundamentals a ton. That's why I talk about it. Uh, and yeah, like I'm not like, you're not gonna like. It's so funny how few people actually talk about real things in the energy. Never been stopped in interviews because the questions were focused on the frameworks I was employed for and not computer science stuff. Oh yeah, well Florian, you're like smart. I can tell from just knowing you through the comments. I tell all my lady friends to get in the tech. Art, you're the problem. Art, you're the wait, Art, you're the problem. No, I'm messing around. No, it's not. It's just about usefulness. It's not. I'm not trying to like throw shade or anything at anyone. It's more just like, it's a. I'm not the one hired. Yeah, I know, but there's like definitely crazy stuff happening with like people just getting hired for like 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 bias identity stuff, or like quota identity stuff that's happening. Yeah, no, working in, dude, yeah, work, people don't understand like working in, you can be bad and get, and not saying you're bad obviously, but like you can be not skilled and get jobs if you're just good at sales. um yeah, culture fit. Culture fit. They're good, so they don't know how to code, but they're good culture fit. um Yeah, no, this is important knowledge because there's so many people out there that's like, they're like, no, I have to like do all this stuff, and I'm like, well, I, it's hard because it's true. Like both are true, and I think this is like a litmus test if you can understand what I'm trying to say here, or if you can make use of what I'm trying. If you can understand what I'm about to say, that's good. So like, both are, two things are true. They seem contradictory, but both are true. If you're really good at sales and communicating, you can overcome your lack of knowledge in interviews and get jobs, because people will just like you. That's just every single career. But also, the engineers at a company will 100% press you on create on a lot of fundamentals at the same time. Both things are true. So take with that for, figure out how to play that game. That's on you. And I mean for like real jobs where it's like there's like real people working there that are like good at what they do, and respect their craft. They're gonna, the culture in tech has gotten so toxic for hiring that so many engineers are jaded because these like I don't know, like there'll be like a college grad that like doesn't know, that maybe they know a little C++, but they're hired to like be like a full stack Python React developer and they literally don't know anything, and they have to like train this person for like 3 months and for them to get paid like a 200 plus $1,000 job that the engineer trained their whole lives to get good at. um so like understand that like there's a ton of dudes that don't that are gonna be vetting you, that are like that's I'm just telling you how it is. So like when I say focus on fundamentals, you should for yourself, but you should also do it because like um it's just you want to impress the engineers so you don't have to be the sales guy. It's like you can do but like you should impress the engineers when you're doing an interview, but you should also impress the higher ups. Like do both, you know. I hope I'm not like just you guys get what I'm saying. You guys get. I feel like I'm trying to like very specific, or at least be accurate. So here's the. I heard the cis white male in my working environment for the last few times. Uh, a G designer didn't want to create a regular. Oh, wait, serious? Are you serious? I can't even like say like the internet's so touchy. So th- literally, like tech is one of the most like in like culturally toxic places because for some reason the culture is extremely touchy feely sensitive, and the people that are actually very successful in that environment are the worst type of sociopathic, um, like sheep wolf in sheep's clothing type people, and people like that are terrible engineers. So you have people that like are very good at like navigating cultural politics and like doing and like playing victim or playing identity politics. They'll put their pronouns or whatever. They'll play that game so that the the company like they're very good at navigating that to get power socially. They're never good engineers. Never. I've never seen that once. I'm learning my sales right now. I kind of suck, but I'm super genuine. So, oh, dude, all right, you'll do fine in sales. Genuine is the main. You should give us a corporate ladder climbing masterclass. No, no, that's the opposite of what I would do. All right, I'm not gonna give you a corporate ladder climbing master. I just know this stuff because I like worked at a ton of companies since I was like 16. And did a ton of worked at a ton of startups, large companies, because I did a lot of contracting, um, and I just saw so many different patterns. Because that's what I liked about doing the startup thing, because I got to. It was a way that I could like, because I'm interested in entrepreneurship. It was a way that I could navigate. I could learn about business a lot because what I and I know this now after the fact, but one thing that's people always think it's like the Stanford grads are like, oh, I gotta like train to be CEO or whatever. No, the real knowledge, the real way you like learn stuff is you gotta be in the dirt. It's like you gotta be. Uh, I can't even say you gotta be a field. You know what I'm saying? And like oh, dude, Florian, just go to sleep. Yeah, you got to be in the like you have to be the code monkey. All right, see you, Florian. Um, see you, man. It's good. It's good having you in the chat. But yeah, you got to be like the you got to be low to get high in life. Does that make sense? Like, yeah. Rest in peace, Florian. Dude, get sleep. It's 3:22. What do you me? The I'll probably be streaming this for a bit, but yeah, like you got to be like that's how you get the real knowledge. Is you operate as an individual that's useful, that's learning a skill that is useful in whatever field you care about, and you want to get up in the hierarchy. And you pick whatever skill, like, just pick one. You get in the trenches and you do that a ton with a ton of different people in a ton of different environments, and then you find a focus and you just hammer it after doing but you got to do that for a while. It's not like you do that for like a year. Because doing that, I was able to see so many different start like it's like, and I saw companies that did super well and some that didn't, and there's companies that I worked for that I really liked how they did things in this way, but I didn't like it in this way. And and then certain people would mentor me and they'd be like, oh, like this is how I run my business, and this is a little thing I learned. And I'll listen to that and I keep that with me forever. Like there's certain phrases that certain business owners told me through the years, or engineers, that I'm just like, oh, I like think about it every day. What would happen in the corporate world if you called someone out on their ass? You'd get fired. Corporate world is a system that needs to function with everyone in line. So like you're a cog in a corporate world. So if you're not acting as a cog, if someone else is being a very good cog and you're like, that person's bad, they're going to be like, well, that no, you're bad. It's a self-correcting system because they need to make money so people can eat and feed their kids. So there's no like moral winning in that type of environment. It's actually very savage how the corporate world is. It's very savage. Highly suggest everyone can do what they want, but try to operate in a way where you can uh, become very useful and retain as much of the effort you get through your work as much as possible through high margins. Um, Try not to get in a lot of debt, because yeah, the corporate world is not like to play around. I mean, you can call people out or whatever. It's just that you may not have a job if you can do whatever you want. I'm not saying, I think it's great to like do that, but like I've had times where I've like just quit because I was like, this is bad, or I didn't like the way things were. Um, and it's like yeah, but like the system is very savage. It's very much like if um you're not about it, like you're dead. All right. So whenever there's resources at stake, people are like, oh, I don't care if your argument or your vibes are right. Are you gonna get it in the way of feeding my kids? And then they kill you. Not literally kill you. I'm saying I'm speaking figuratively there. I'll be very, very clear. HTTP requests. All right, cool. So let's get this format nice. We got the request URL. We want to get the request headers. Oh, how are the request headers? I'm just going to do a JSON of the request headers. Request headers, JSON.stringify. Yeah, let's just stringify it and put it here. Yeah, because it can read that. I don't want to format the request headers in a weird way. Response headers, and then what's that called? Response. And then we want to say, oh, JSON stringify. It's one long line because I don't want extra spaces in this thing. All right, let's do. This is going to be response body. Oh, actually, we want to dynamically do the response body. So now we paste in. We want to pass in the response body if the response body is JSON. So we're going to check if the response body is JSON, we'll do it like this. If the response body is JSON, so use response body. False. This will be true. We'll just swallow that error. Let, and then use response body. So we actually need to dynamically. So let's say response body equals use response body. Let's say response body. Let's do string formatting. And then we want to get the request response body. And we want to say just an empty string if it doesn't exist. Then we want to just add, we want to add the response body. So we're only going to have the response body if it's a JSON. Let's do 2 new lines. If it's JSON. Okay. So we do the prompt info. Actually, now let's go look up code Llama Hugging Face. Let's just do that. I actually don't think I've successfully messed around with code Llama yet. The video where I was learning about it, I didn't like actually successfully use it. Let's get the 7 billion one and test that out. We want to get the instruction model, even though it might be broke. All right, so we don't need infilling. Oh, why is it not telling me how to use it? Let me look up code Llama instruction prompt. I like when they just put the instruction prompt as like a thing here. Nice. Thanks, Medium. Medium's always there for me. Through thick and thin. Okay, so what are the prompts? Prompts. Is this page seriously still loading? Okay. All right. So let's see. Okay. Cool. Instructions. Let's see. I want to see how to directly instruct the model. Hmm. Let's see. I feel like you're gonna start getting some fans, especially once Karen-bot clip drops. Oh boy. You're so fast at skimming pages, looking at which the I don't want to be famous. That sounds insane. Um, that's like a deal with the devil. Um, oh yeah, dude, I've been skimming pages for a very long time. I feel like I missed something important if I don't read the whole page. I'm still on X. No, you're actually better than like I don't know. I was just looking for a specific thing, and it's not here. No, I sometimes I just use my lack of reading comprehension to my advantage. Use your ADD to your advantage. No, it's a visual check. It's not a. I'm just looking to visually see if something's there. The yeah, dude, Karen bot, dude, side the Karen bot, that'll be great. No, I'm not interested. So like exponential growth is I actually see that as very bad. I want to have a strong, because I typically when I've seen that, it's because someone did a deal they probably shouldn't have. Most things are actually very, or they worked like a really long time and then they're finally seeing the results. Things are it's compound interest. That's what it's the thing. It's you do. It's like you get 10% better, you know, and then eventually, as it snowballs, it does snowball, right? Yeah, slow and steady foundation. That's why it's like I'm glad I didn't start streaming and doing this stuff when I was like 18, because I would have like, because all these like people that are on the internet and influencers and stuff, when they get into it young, their brains explode. Like I'm like a person, I'm like a grown person that knows stuff. I don't know everything. I'm not. I'm still young, but like I can do stuff that isn't just like, it would suck to just be one of those streamers that's like all they can do is just react to things. Like that would suck. Who said in the hearts? Did I say something good? I don't know. But yeah, like you don't want to be like, and when they're OF, yeah, exactly. Uh, yeah, then they just, because when you're like a kid, you're just like exploring a ton. When you're exploring in front of like a million people, I think it fractures your identity. And I think, speaking of some Carl Jung stuff, I think it inflates your subconscious, or it inflates your sense of self. So your ego, which is like the distillation of yourself, if we're going to use Jungian terminology, it'll inflate that to the point where you actually are fully disconnected from yourself. I think that's why a lot of people do drugs too. Because it's like when you're actually not like grounded, and your ego is like, you fully are at a point where you believe your ego is like manifesting reality fully, and you're just like, and you, because I said fully because you do kind of manifest reality a little bit, but like when you fully think you're just like changing stuff by just like thinking and stuff like that, and when you just like, and you get the adoration of people to do that, I think you get fully disconnected from who you actually are, and you, but like uh you can't actually handle that subconsciously, even if you get like rewards, you get a reward model, reinforcement model training you. um Even if that happens, you're gonna, like, I think you get a schism in your head. A few like philosopher people talk about that through race, where it's like when you have these different identities, like, oh, I'm like, some people talk about it with like early America with like blacks. It's like, oh, like I have this black identity and I also have this American identity and all this. And it's like when you're playing that rope of like being authentic and inauthentic at the same time, and it's through so many abstractions. I sorry, do you know what I'm talking about? Sometimes I'll just say stuff, and I may be say I may be crazy. Maybe I'm the crazy one. But I think if you have that schism in your head where you're like if you're an influencer and you're 18 and you're making millions of dollars, like you might, in the world, your conscious is manifesting as thinking you're literally a demigod that can create, that can just do things with their consciousness. But subconsciously you're not. You're like a, because every boy before he actually becomes a man is like is super, like yourself is not developed yet. Like you're actually really uh weak. Like in like I'm not. It's not a. I'm not saying it's a good thing. You're gonna become strong one day, but like though your sense of self is super weak. So if it's weak and the world is giving you all this stuff, that's why you shouldn't like collar your kids, in my opinion. They're gonna do drugs. You're gonna do drugs. Like sorry, because you can't handle it. Um, yeah, they do need to find God. I mean, well, we don't have to get into that, but that is like, or they just need to like, I don't know. I'm not gonna give them advice, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying what the issue is. Yeah, Jung is interesting. I haven't read a ton, but what I've read about individuation and the different archetypes is super fascinating because it's like it isn't like real. Like it isn't like it isn't God, right? Like it isn't like the archetypes that are pure in nature, which we learn through just living, which I see as sort of like the God, like God's creation, that type of stuff. But it's a scientific, and this is from his own like words or his people. It is a scientific sort of process to try to figure out these things. So to figure out the purpose, the I guess theological meanings, or the I'll just say the purpose behind archetypes and the purpose behind these object mappings we make. So it's like we all kind of see like the motherly type or the heroic type, or and then for all the archetypes that we all kind of have similar things. We all have an ego and a persona and all this stuff and a shadow, right? Anyway, I think it's fascinating. And it's scientific because they're breaking down personality through their methods around psychology. So you could say that's scientific. All right, cool. So I gotta figure out the instruct. I gotta figure out how to actually do it. Oh, you know what? I know how to do it. I know how to do it. Let's just do this. Is it two or three? Let's see. I think it's gonna figure it out anyway. I just wanna. Wow, Brave Search is so bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna look at this collection of prompts for Llama. That's cool. I just want to see an example of a prompt for this. Let's do this. Let's go to prompts. Does someone have like a code Llama prompt? Prompt CSV. Really a CSV? Ugh. I'm like ungrateful already. This isn't a collection of prompts. These are four prompts. Wait, am I in the wrong file? Feel free to add your own prompts. Whatever. Oh, I do think it's good to try to look at world through symbols and archetypes. I think it's very valuable. Yeah, this is what I want. I want the instruct. Yeah, Reddit for the win. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was. Okay, cool. Beautiful. Then model answer. What would the system prompt? Wait, what? Oh, is this for infilling? Is that why it still continues? User message. Oh, because you could just keep doing the user message after the answer. Interesting. So we'll just do this part. So this is the same thing as it was before. It's a waste of time. Waste of time. Sys. Then we'll pass in HTML prompt info. And here's the format. We'll say HTTP method, request URL. Let's do like ... I want to see if it figures out ... as an example. That'd be cool. All right. So dot 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 dot. I'm a child. Okay. So anyway, ... I just think it's funny to say ... All right. So let's look at what this looks like. So let's get this prompt. Should be enough to get the server architecture. And so we can say prompt equals get server architecture prompt, and then we use the results here. And we log. Actually, let's write this prompt to a file. Output.txt prompt. Let's log it just in case. Do that. These llama images are the funniest. Yeah. Yeah, llama. The fact they picked a llama is kind of funny. Llama's a funny animal. Let's see. Oh, response headers isn't a thing. But request.response headers. Request.response headers. Okay, let's try that again. There's an error for one of these. Yeah, there's an error. Cool. Let's do it. Let's see what this prompt looks like. All right. That's a response body. That's a response headers. That's nice. Everything looks good. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, and then we'll say, and I'll say the request URL is in the request and response headers are formatted in JSON. Be sure to parse the JSON and fully understand each of the JSON items. I don't have to say that. So I do want to say respond with only your list of technologies, frameworks, cloud platforms, libraries, etc., that you think are behind the architecture for the website these requests are requesting. Okay. All right, cool. So now what we can do is go to the Colab and start doing some language stuff. Some LLMs, large language model. So what makes it a large language? Because it's large. Okay. So we want to use, what's the model called? Let's actually start from scratch. Let me think. Start from scratch? No. Let's just get. Yeah, we're making a new collab environment, but let's create a new notebook and copy some stuff over from the Karen bot. Karen bot was hilarious. This one is more like I think is actually cool. Actually, this is for me. This is way cooler than the Karen bot. Karen bot's like neat. No, the Karen bot is actually kind of cool. They're both cool. I won't say one's cool the other because you could actually it actually does negotiate deals, which is pretty cool. All right, so we need transformers, accelerate. Don't think we'll just get this anyway. I don't think we're quantizing this. We need ngrok. We need to log in the Hugging Face. These things. I could just copy it. Nah, that's fine. Just in case we need to kill the process. Okay, so this time we're going to load up code Llama. So we got to change this URL. And we're going to do just text generation. And we're going to take this. It's super simple. This is just a generic server that's just going to generate stuff for us. Yeah, it's the same prompt as before. Then why didn't it work that stream where I was messing around with it? I still don't know why. I think I was just using the wrong model. I don't know what was going on. That was super weird. All right, so this is just generating stuff in this class. This actually isn't useful. Whatever. More classes, the better, right? Okay, let's go. And this is just something to show this URL. Oh, wait, we don't need this. Yeah, we don't need that. I don't know why I keep copying and pasting that. All right, cool. Let's go. And so we have, I don't know why we're importing SciPy. Super random. Okay, we don't need all this. We just need one function. And it's going to be a generate function. And we're just going to make it abstract. We're not going to have specific functions like before. What do you think about trading firms for tech? My friend's making 400K next year. Trading? What do you mean? Like, is that a good route to go? Is he a quant? I mean, they're just playing with money. I don't know. Or what do you mean? Like whether it's a good job to have? You'll learn a ton. You'll learn a ton of stuff in that job. I mean, you'll be kind of destroying the world a little bit, but like, I mean, you'll be making a ton of money. It's probably pretty stressful, but It, maybe do it for a year. You talk about being a quant. Um, like the culture, isn't it like mad money for the smartest students working? I haven't done those jobs. I don't know the culture. He's a software engineer at a trading firm. He's it's probably not like mad money or not like what do you think it is? It's probably not like that. He's probably in a cubicle. Um, in a cubicle is just doing a ton of code, and then um, that's kind of his life. I don't. It's probably not as I guess I know that word a little bit because I have friends that are stockbrokers and do uh, trading firm stuff, and that world isn't like super. Isn't like that movie. Like always be selling. What was it? What's that movie? It's not like that. It's not like that. I mean, some places definitely are, but it's not going to be like him as a software engineer at that company. Definitely not. Well, I'm guessing. You know, I might be wrong. I might be an idiot. Who knows? Um, so we're generating results. All right. So that's actually all we need to do. Oh, we got to get the code llama thing. All right. So we're using the 7 billion instruct. What is this? Hugging face transfer format. Use this model is governed by Kansas Adascope. What's the Adascope use? Are we breaking their license? So what's your 5 year? If you don't have to say it in the chat if you don't want, but what's your 5 year your plan? You understand, Sai? Your your energy and like focus is top 1%, and I'm not just saying that to make you feel good. So you have a lot of with that you have a lot of options. It's a responsibility. So I'm not trying to butter you up here. And it's really important to because yeah, most people and you probably know, but most people don't care, and you care. So that's a huge advantage. What's your like? You have to have a 5 year or not 5 year, but like you should be thinking about your future a little bit. I'm not trying to get at you as if you don't. I'm just trying to get you to think. I'm sure you do because you scheme a ton, which is great. But also be smart because try not to get super. I would say make sure your attention doesn't get taken advantage of because most people. So here's a good. I'm just giving it. I'm just doing this because I need something to talk about. I know you didn't ask, but and I learned this a lot is most people because most people don't care. If you do care and you pay attention to things, um, oh wait, this is not right. But because you care, people will latch onto you. So make sure you're picking very good community in wherever you choose. Like, yeah, and community is everything. Community is everything. If you're someone watching this and you have a ton of energy and you're like just constantly learning and like getting good at coding, getting good at business, getting good at fitness, whatever it is that you're just like grinding on, understand you're already 1%. The real scope of the world, that's actually super not normal to be, especially if you're young, to be that focused on productivity. It's very important to take advantage of that and to put your energy towards things that you get a positive feedback loop on, even if you sacrifice money and status, things like that, for a short time, because it's very like it's very good to be proud of yourself in terms of like your ability. And that's why I'm always like don't like slave away at these at some job. It's just because I know I have a ton of friends that are getting grind, not a ton, maybe like sub 5 to 10, I don't know, or 5 to 10 ish, that are just being grinded out, and they're making good money, but it, you got to keep your soul. And I think that there's a financial incentive makes sense to just do the 80 hours a week, pick a career, get really good at it. I fully understand, but it's really important too. That's why I always say it's like the real value is low. It's not high. It's like it's the humble craftsman. It's like sometimes the best people I know are people that just worked like they didn't start out just chasing the money and trying to get a ton of resources and then get married quick, right, and do all that stuff. They they focus on liking what they do a lot, and then the other stuff followed. That's why I want to stream and like show it's like because even if you make a ton of money and have a ton of status and all that, you're still gonna have to code. So what are you coding and who are you as a man? Like for real. So it's like you learned to code? Who are you? You know what I mean? It's like confront yourself like that. You can do what you want. I'm just trying to give my 2 cents. And by the way, I'm not now. I'm talking to everyone, not just you, Sai. talking to, I'm not. None of this is personal to you at all. Um, I'm just trying to. Okay, got you. 5 year. I just want to make some cool stuff that gets residual income. Also, watch his channel. I'm gonna make YouTube videos. Oh yeah, you're gonna do YouTube videos, fully animated in a couple of years. What's my 5 year? My 5 year is I want to have. By the way, that's a good 5 year, because it's notice that you're talking about like it's like you want to. I can tell you want to enjoy it. Um, it's not like, oh, I need to impress my family by this time or else I'll die. Oh, I didn't get the A100. I got to run this again. Um, or it's like, or there's that, or it's like I need to make sure I get married by this time or else I'll never have a future. I like how you're like you're talking about like it's like you're gonna do stuff you're like enjoying and stuff like that. But yeah, my 5 year, I'm gonna have a compound. I want to build a community. I want to build, and I want to achieve what I think is greatness, while I have the energy and the focus and the attention. I want to get I want to really build a community in my life and have like um build enough of a foundation for the people I care about to have freedom. If that makes sense. Seeking freedom is really that's what it's about. That's what it's about. It's like yeah, there'll be it's like 5 year goal. Well, I have to do this thing so that my parents don't disown me in 5 years. Isn't it funny how like you become an adult and you realize all the things that you were like, "Wow, this model's gonna take a sec to load." The things that you're fixated on as a kid, like things just start to drift away. Like as soon as, and they can, or like, you can choose to keep to hold on to it, but it's like it's so funny. Like, cause someone is in the chat talking about how like I can just feel their Asian parents like aggression. And they were asking advice on getting jobs in tech, and I'm like, I shouldn't even like give, because I'm not going to tell you something that aligns with any of the things that your parents would. So it's like I don't want to impose here, but it's like you're going to be surprised once you start realizing that you're really out here on your own, and that's not a black pill at all. In fact, it's a good thing when you realize that. And Grok, all right, nice. We got this server. Hell yeah, let's do some hacking. Because like, cause it's a freeing feeling when you realize, oh, actually, as a man, like all that stuff doesn't, like I need to have full peace in myself first, with myself. Oh no, a tiger mom will choke me to death if I get a B. No, no. Is it like chasing status for satisfaction? Is that like the realization people have to make? I don't know about purpose, status versus purpose. Yeah, don't chase titles. I think that's what I'm trying to say. I've done that. Like I've had moments where it was hard for me to let go of certain jobs because of the status, but I had to just let go. Like there's Nietzsche says amor fati. You have to be in love with your fate. Sometimes your fate isn't where it's not what you're chasing. It's the life you're given. You know what I mean? And typically, you got to look back at when you were a kid and all that. Method post. What were you just good at? Content type. What were your dreams? Because it's like that's one thing I like about Jung is that there is this sense of um like you're just going to have your purpose be lived out in your life. I mean, your consciousness will develop in your life, and you kind of just have to choose it. It's like you will physically grow and die old and all that. So I'm not trying to be like super. But I mean, I know I sound so like spiritual hippy dippy. I think it's a lot of stuff like this is valuable though. Or it's just stuff I like to talk about sometimes. Because tomorrow we're gonna be having fun on the schemology. This is the pre-stream, but it's like there's certain things that are going to stop you from progressing your consciousness, which is really what we're doing. It's like, how are you going to get through your, oh, this is already, let's do output. So how are you going to actually get to a point where you can develop and play through your hero's journey, which is the male in your male journey, in the male archetype that you're living, that you're born with, you're created with. I'm not trying to impose any. You believe what you want to believe. I'm just sort of talking about. I'm not talking about any specific cosmology or religion or whatever. Just talking about the idea of it. Oh, whoops! I need to log. It's like there's a like you have to kind of grow up in life, but also you don't have to. Like it's a choice. Or you have to like move on. I think it's like that. Am I high? I'm like going on about such like I think I'm just being super reflective the past 2 days. It's like it's like that Arcade Fire song. I'm whipping out Arcade Fire. It's like our bodies get bigger, but our hearts get colder and all that. Oh, wait. CUDA add a memory? That's not possible. It's only at 23. Hmm. Interesting. Tried to allocate. There's no way CUDA would be out of memory. Interesting. And when your heart gets cold, you don't like progress through life. You get infantilized, which is fun. I mean, like I'm not saying that that's just the way the world is. If but it's like a choice. So it's like you got to be light. You got to be like Goku. A while ago, you were saying how resume checking prioritized big names. So assuming NYT opens a lot of doors, at what point were you like, I'm gonna move on? Um, there was a moment. So like my life was super weird. Um, up until like I was crazy driven. Uh, up until like from like there's something that like unlocked when I was like 14, 15, and I was just super like crazy driven, and I really was only focused on people that know me from back then know like I was so focused like you don't get good at or the precocious thing whatever that means doesn't happen like it's kind of a deal, and I spent a lot of time really focused on like I knew exactly what I was gonna do, and I was like in a part of my life I was like I'm saying this. I'm answering your question, Sai. I'm just giving some context. But like, there's no way it's running out of memory. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. But let's see. But yeah, there was a moment where I was like, I was spending a ton of time. Let me think. I was spending a ton of time, like coding and focusing on my dreams and all that. And I was like, I'm gonna go to New York, and I'm gonna like this is like I'm a kid and I'm like hustling to get these internships and I'm learning all these things about coding, and I was like I want to be like a big tech person, and my really I was overcompensating for the fact that I was like kind of like depressed and scared kid, and I was like doing all these after school clubs and all this stuff and like super driven, super crazy driven, and but it wasn't about grades. I wasn't even a good student. It was all just I wanted to be this like almost Mark Zuckerberg type. Like whatever I saw on social network, I was trying to like manifest. And I saw, but the part of the problem, and I'm answering your question, but the part of the problem is I got super dark and I was winning a ton. Like I was like, everything was working out exactly the way it was going on in my head. And this is where I learned a lot about life and that a lot of things are like deals because, and if I, so like around 20, when I was at the New York Times, I was like literally exactly how I pictured my life was like happening. And I was already, because I was like, I'm going to get a software engineer for a job for a year, then I'm going to start a startup and it's going to blow up and all this stuff. And that's what was going on in my head. But you understand, like, I was at the first time in my life where I was making a lot of money. And I was like, and I was just, my whole identity was around this, like, um, kind of, like I don't know, like it was very dark. Like I almost had like a my persona was like I was trying to fill into this character of someone that I felt like was perfect in my head, and I had a moment where I just let go of that because I saw that I was like I have all this stuff now and I don't even like it. I didn't know who I was, and I just quit. Like I remember I told them I was like I traveled to Europe. Like I had like all these vacation days because I didn't like go on vacation, and I traveled to Europe, and I was like free for the first time. And that's all I wanted was just to be free because I'm not gonna talk too much about my home life, but it was super like weird, and I was kind of escaping, and it was like the first time I was free. And then I just told my boss, I was like, I'm just gonna like quit, and like, and I had no plan for anything in the future. And I remember my mom was like, "That's like you should keep the job and all that and all this stuff." And I just realized, and I spent a long, and it's funny, the girl I was dating at the time. So like when you actually let go of your identity that you've cultivated through trauma, when you let go of it, it's super. Your whole entire worldview changes. That's why it's really good to just like when you're dealing with a lot of problems, try to just you gotta let go because yeah, it took me a while to rebuild my identity after that. But I left the Times because I didn't like I was fully uh, just letting go of everything that I thought that I needed to do. If that makes sense. That's a little bit of a spiel. And I remember, oh yeah, I remember the girl I was seeing at the time. I remember there was a moment where I was like, because she saw like I lost a ton of confidence because I was like so hungry and crazy, and I like, and she was like, and girls will test you a little bit, but she was like, oh, like I feel like you lost like some confidence, and it was true. And I remember having a moment where I was just like, yeah, but you don't know that like I'm doing that because it's like good because I don't want because I knew if I kept with my whole like f the world, I'm just gonna get what's mine. If I kept with that mentality, I knew I was gonna get crazy successful because I everything I was every single thing I wanted, I was like getting, and I'm not. That's not an ego. That's literally what was happening. And I realized I was like, I'm doing this fully for myself, for selfish ends, and like, and my identity of like being strong and all this stuff is all built around that. And it took me a long time to get back, and now I'm back. Does that make sense? I know I'm doing like I'm these past two streams are like weirdly reflective. I think I just needed something to talk about while I'm coding. Because like how do you code and like talk at the same time, right? So you got to think of something to talk about. All right, I got to figure out why this memory thing's up wrong. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm trying to make like a valuable, trying to say things that are valuable because I think a lot of people kind of know. I don't know. I also may just my life's kind of odd, so this may not be relevant. But like, can it yeah? Let's talk about code. So Toku Navara. Wait, what do you mean? Like you let go of the identity? So SSTI vulnerable site just for P- Toku. You just making requests? No, I'm just playing with you, Toku. I can do that. I can make some a video where I'm just making vulnerable sites. But yeah, wait, what do you mean? Like you let go of the so like I so like there's a I literally this is gonna sound crazy. This is gonna sound crazy. I promise I'm not crazy. Hopefully these streams are proof that I'm not like actually a crazy person. But I did have sort of like in my head like a persona of who because I was kind of kids do this when they're in situations where they feel powerless. They'll kind of like in their head create identity. And I spent a lot of time alone, create identities for themselves, and around had some certain like life changing sort of events. And I remember around that time, as everyone does, I'm not special. I sort of was like, I thought of a picture of who the coolest guy was, and I was like, I gotta be that guy. And then I would like think about that dude telling me what to do all the time. I don't know what that means, but like that's just what happened. And I saw that it was like not good, and I stopped. Not that, and by the way, I didn't think this isn't like a schizo thing. This is just this is ideation type, like youth stuff that, but but I saw that it was like real, not real, but I saw that like it was crazy that like everything was working out exactly the way I wanted it to. And it was like, and I thought that the world, I realized that sometimes when your ego's super big, um that's why I'm talking about the self and ego stuff with Carl Jung, is like when your ego's super big and you're overcompensating, you're making a deal. And because you can actually, that's why like people like Kanye and all that is super, like, they get so much money and all, and power and all this stuff, is because that's super attractive in the world. That's a reality. Like people give, like when people are that's so self involved, it's a powerful force, but it's a dark one. And I'm just saying I let go of like that. Um and I just I tried to get out of tech for like a long time. But I still like worked in tech, and I had dreams in tech, but I was 1 foot in and 1 foot out. And those years from like 20 to 24 were just, 2022 was like super. I was like, I was hustling a ton to, I was starting like a contracting tech company, and I was making a good amount of money. But like I was like 1 foot in, 1 foot out a little. And 22 to 24, I was doing a ton of stuff, like getting into almost like politics, like doing canvassing and meeting all these people. And like I was, we're still obviously working in tech, but I was like trying to leave tech a little. That's how I got into the trying to be a firefighter for a little bit. I never was a firefighter. Just to be very clear. I was just in an academy for like a week, but yeah, like I had those experiences. I was just trying to leave so much, and recently I've been learning who I really am and what I want to do. And when I say I let go of the identity, is I let go of who I wasn't to try to become who I really am. Okay, now that was super gay. So let's fix this issue. All right. So we're running out of memory, which doesn't make sense because we shouldn't be running out of memory. It's actually, I think I'm going to do this again and not use. Interesting. So why would this happen? You know what? I'm going to use the bloke code llama. Let's use this one. I think I did this before. Let's see if this works. Because for whatever reason, this one is for whatever reason, this one is like not working. But yeah, I like to, the streams, we have fun. We also talk about life sometimes. That's life. We mix it up. We code, we hack, we make hacker bots. We also talk about life. You got to go with the flow. It's important though, because I think like a lot of people go through life becoming, and I think right now the path of like a guy finding his purpose is so like not in our society, that I think it's good to like talk through these concepts. Does that make sense? Like we don't have any recollection of that. Not that we don't. Oh, this model's taking its time to load. It's taking its time to load. Let's disconnect from this runtime. Hold on. Because you got to keep it real. If you don't keep it real, what are you doing? All right, let's run these because like there's a let's see, let's go. There's a because I think a part of like because the depression rates are super high, drugs and all this stuff, and I think a lot of it is because most people haven't been taught or there isn't a culture around rites of passages and like becoming. And most cultures have that. But like America, it's like there's not for men. There's none of that. Very little. I mean, there is, but in smaller communities. I mean, as like a greater culture, I think you get a lot of confusion when you don't sort of have a recollection, a framework for like how you like become a person. All right, let's run this. This better work. This better work. Toku Navara went to the wrong stream. Dude, I'm talking about life, and you're like, hey, what's SSTI vulnerable site just for a PHP demo? Also, like, I feel like if you're gonna get in the chat, you should like hang out in the chat. This is taking so long to load. Oh, you know why? Their servers are slow. So we gotta find. Huh. It doesn't make sense why CUDA would run out of memory. Is ego like a bedrock for everybody? Like, what do you mean the ego is attracted to the world? I say the world is in like for power. So like the good the things that not good, but like the thing I think the world does. That's not the bedrock for everything. Now it's just like I'm not saying. Well, the ego is how you kind of like. It's almost like your power juice. It's almost like your power level. Um, I'm just saying that like people are designed because people are designed for worship, and whatever has the strongest sense of identity, um, there's going to be an attention. It's going to draw attention and worship essentially towards it. Yeah, and I'm not saying that's like good. Like obviously that leads to really bad stuff. Because it's like where attention goes, money flows. And if you have a very like inflated sense of self, where it's like to the point where you actually think you're like you create the world and all that, and you're God, yeah, people are gonna like be drawn toward you. That's where like that's where I think a lot of rappers and like influencers get their kick kicks from. That's where they get their because you can like because wow, this is so slow. I may have to get another model here. See code. Let me just look up code model. I don't know why it actually doesn't make sense that this instruct model. That makes sense. You know what I mean there? Um, instruct through that out of memory because not like oh yeah, I forgot their search sucks. It's not saying that it runs everything. It's more that it's more that a lot of attention's drawn towards ego, and a lot of attention is what makes attention plus effort is what makes resources. What do you want out of the community? What are you aiming for? I guess. I don't know. I guess like huh. You know what I would really like? I would like to just have a lot of common people to talk to. A lot of common people to talk to. And to be around. Actually, I want in-person events. I think that'd be really cool. I think that'd be really cool to have like in-person events where it's like um we may have to quantize the model. Oh yeah, yeah, let's just load it in I thought I was loading an 8-bin, but is it okay, let's stop. Let's load this in. Stop this. But because I think because your tribe is your vibe. I think there's a lot of people, including myself, who their vibe isn't being they're they haven't found their tribe hasn't found their vibe yet. Even though I have like a lot of friends, quote unquote. No, I mean I don't mean quote unquote as if they're not my friends, but like I have a lot of friends, but I don't have a lot of unity around like my people. I want to meet some people like me. I love my friends. I'm not trying to say. Uh, I also want to do like good things. I don't know. I think it's good to like. I think it's. I want a lot of people to sort of see like the process of like utilizing tech and coding and all this stuff to like do good or to do good for yourself. I don't mean like, I don't mean like, oh, let's make a bot that like donates to charity. I don't mean like that. I mean like, we could do stuff like that, but that's not what I mean. I mean like to actually like have a lot of pride in what you do. And coding is actually very powerful. It's a very like you should be empowered by this because it's one of the you can do a ton of amazing things for yourself and get freedom and all this stuff if you learn like how technology works. And I try to explore a ton of ideas because really like the reason why I started loving this stuff is that I started just like getting a piece of paper. It was a creative process when I was a kid. I started getting a piece of paper, writing down like an idea and then making it happen over and over and over again. And then you like start to see that process over and over again. You're like, wow. So it's like that's why I try to have a lot of different ideas on the stream. It's kind of like surreal hearing you. I don't know how to describe it. It's like you've escaped certain societal games in a way, money, status, ego, that come from like identity crisis. It's funny. I haven't escaped. Um, no, I just well, yeah, no, it was I had a full kind of because a lot of like identity crisis and life crisis I had very young. Like I spent a ton of time in solitude. Like um and I wasn't like I mean, I guess when I was a little kid I was weird, but like when I but around like middle school I was like, I had friends and stuff, but I would especially once my brothers all I have older brothers went to college, I spent a lot of time like alone. But it was good for me. It was like I know that sounds like a cope. It sounds like a cope. No, like those times were because I didn't actually like the world. I didn't like want to like hang out because I was like, that sounds like such a cope. I know it sounds like a cope. But I was like, with all my friends and everything, I spent a ton of time like, like really focused on trying to become free. And I think because I was like, I didn't like going home. So I like started a club, like I had certain things where I was like dealing with certain problems, and a lot of people weren't in my environment. I don't know people's lives, but like it wasn't when you become very introverted and internal when you have certain experiences where you're like trying to manifest something in the world, right? And I and this, by the way, this isn't like a brag or anything. I'm just saying my life. Like I was able to on my own pretty much. Oh, I got help like here and there, but like through a lot of just working hard, I was able to get independence really quick as a teenager. And like I saw what that was, and I saw that game in society, and I saw people mentality around that were way older than me. And I was always around people way older than me. And I got to see all these patterns, and I got to reflect on a lot of my behaviors as a kid where I was like running away because as soon as you this is the resource like urge to kind of like get resources, it blinds you. So like when you are super hungry for a long time, then you get resources, you're going to be opened up to the world. And that's why I say it's like you don't chase money or status or any of that stuff, because as soon as you do that, you're gonna have to you're gonna have an identity crisis because you have to be when you're chasing, you're always running away from yourself. Um, so I had these like all these like middle age crisis type stuff when I was really young, and like that's why like I kind of think this way, and I'm telling you, it's like money doesn't mean shit, pussy doesn't mean shit. Like you really have to dig deep and like what would you die for type shit. Because that's where like that's what once you start getting that mentality, things do kind of start to make more sense. It's not that I'm above any of this. I'm just like I'm trying to communicate because I think it's important. I don't know. I'm not as important as I think I am. Obviously, maybe I shouldn't talk about this stuff. I just think that like no one's as important as they think they are. I just think I don't know. Like in my life, I have friends and people that I think like hearing a lot of this stuff because it's like because I feel like you're just thrown into the fire as a in our society, and you don't fully see. So I'm trying to like I've seen certain things before the people in my lane. I'm not going to talk about anything outside my lane. I promise. But let me try to get and I think it's really important to like communicate these things. I gotta get my where's my fine tuning script? Oh, right here. Okay, let's get this. We got to get the fine tuned script apparently because this one's too big, even though it's 7 billion parameters. The thing that matters the most is having your attention be towards something that is like good and greater than yourself. That's all that matters. Like I'm saying a lot of stuff, but what really matters is just like like spend like how like it's an interesting thing. It's like because some people will have rituals, right? Or they'll be like addicted to something, addicted to food. Like a lot of people that are overweight are addicted to food. And if you really think about someone who's addicted to food, it's like, are they really addicted to food? Or, oh, I don't have to start this. I just need to take content. Or are they addicted to the feelings around it? and how is their attention towards food? It's like, do they have rituals? It's like, oh, I have to turn on uh, TV. I gotta like watch TV every time I eat. I gotta like, oh, I gotta make sure there's always something on. I gotta have something crunchy. I gotta have something sweet. Like I gotta make sure I'm in my car and like there's no one else and I'm parked here. It's like that's a ritual. You're worshiping food and you're giving power to it in your life. So yeah, you'll be overweight if you do that. Like that's how life is, right? Like what you worship is it's super powerful, especially like as a band, because it's so powerful what you put your attention to. So it's like build. Oh, I just need to do load in 8-bit. I think that's all I need to do. Maybe I let's let's just rerun it. Yeah. Yeah, but it's not. I'm not. There's no. I want to be very clear. It's like I'm not beyond these things. I just try to. I know the power of attention so much that I'm like, oh my god, if I put my attention towards stuff that's bad, like I'm gonna, like my life's gonna be insanely bad. And you have to, and it's like, and I know I'm like streaming myself talking, giving people advice, so it's a lot for me to say this, but you do have to humble yourself. Like I'm just a coder, you know what I mean? It's like that whole carrier cross thing is real, in my opinion. All right, please tell me this doesn't get CUDA out of memory. Please, please, pretty, 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 please. I don't know what's going on with this. There's actually no reason why it should be out of memory. All right, so we're going to GitHub. We're gonna hack GitHub. We're hacking GitHub. Yeah. Oh, model quarks. Load in 8-bit is it's not used from the model. Hmm. Interesting. Oh wait, I'm not using pipeline for this other one. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Use cache. Hold on a sec. Yeah, let's do it like this. Let's do this. This is so like it's just kind of ridiculous. Oh wait, I'm gonna go to that tutorial. I'm gonna go to that Medium article. Where's that Medium article? How did they load it up? Why am I not loading it up like the Medium article? Let's see. The way you describe corporation gives me the impression that entrepreneurship is like a higher calling for you. Do you think more people will realize that for themselves in coming years? Or I guess, do you think the world's getting more or less NPC? Wait, what if there's like a global awakening sometime? Yeah, I think the whole like entrepreneurship thing, it's a lot of it is it's super hard. I don't think everyone is an entrepreneur. I think a lot of that is personality and how you've developed in your personality and your consciousness. Like because not everyone obviously is an entrepreneur, but and that's actually kind of a problem, right? Because on our generation, let's say roughly everyone, let's say even push it to 35 and under. I was gonna say 30 and under, but 35 and under like the millennial to Zoomer generation, there is an incredible sense, uh, like the overarching ego that I have, obviously, and that like a ton of people have, where that's why it's like you have the quiet quitting. It's like you have there is a sense of entitlement in in these generations that there is an overwhelming sense of entrepreneurialism, um, and it's cultural, I think, partially, but it's like I think it is good. I think that actually is good. I know that sounds like I'm saying it's not good, but I actually do think that's good, and mostly because mostly oh wait most I do think that's good, and mostly because I think it is a higher level. I think it is a higher level. Um, it's not objectively better to want that, but I think there's a sense of independence that humans all kind of call to. And I think there's a tribal aspect of that, of like hunting and kind of providing for yourself from zero that we call to. And as we kind of get away from nature, I think getting into a situation where we're, yeah, let's actually, let's see, do it like that. But, does that make sense? Or I think there's something about like that independent call of entrepreneurship that and that really satiates the soul, because there is a reality to what's happening with these corporations. Let's see, model quarks. Let's actually rerun this. There's a reality that's happening with the model quarks are not used by the model. Um, oh, that's super weird. We didn't get this device map thing before. Huh. What? But yeah, like I'm not saying you need to like be an entrepreneur that makes anyone better, but I think we're reaching a point where we've all been kind of born in this society where we've been disassociated from our from a lot of primal things. And when you have a lot of people grown into that, people kind of go back into that primal freedom seeking mentality a lot. And I think that's why you have a ton of music like that, and you have all this identity stuff, is everyone needs to be special, and they largely need to be special because they haven't been developing their consciousness and going on their hero's journey and all that. But that's a separate thing. But it is very like that whole there's going to be an over correction using that term of people sort of, in my opinion, of people sort of trying to get back to the basics more, and it's already happening. And let's clear the memory here. And I think sort of like being fully independent is a part of that. Let's see. CUDA setup, CUDA runtime path, locks. If you get CUDA error, huh? Oh wait, I'm not doing the CUDA thing, or I'm not using accelerate. I should. Let's do this. It's just like how we've been made. Okay, in that vein, do you think like the smaller the company, the less disassociated they are from the primal roots, considering human evolution? The smaller the company, the less disassociated they are. Yeah, typically. Yeah. No, it's. I think it's really unnatural to be like a cog. I think it's super unnatural. Um, yeah, I don't think like that. That's. I think it's super unnatural. All right, let's run this again. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's really unnatural to be like to not have that like I know that I've provided for my people. So when this guy was having this interview, he was talking about the Hadza tribe, and he was like talking to each, which is this tribe in Africa, and he was talking to each of the yeah, Kuda out of memory. What? Hmm. It's doing a forward call. Interesting. That doesn't make any sense. Pre-trained. Oh, you know what? It does make sense. This file's too big. Look at how big this file is. How big is this? How many tokens are in this file? It's gotta be what it is. Oh yeah. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, the yeah, this is like a lot of stuff. It shouldn't be a big deal. But yeah, like the he was just saying how in this African tribe that he was like living with for 6 months or whatever, that like a lot of like all the men there, um, they would say like the favorite day in their life or the best day in their life was, and it was always the day that they, for all of them, and these are people that have not like lived in modern society, they hunt and gather for themselves, and they eat baboons that they kill like every day. It was like the best day in their life was the day that the day that they killed the biggest animal for their tribe. And it's like you could say that's being extreme, like getting value from that, but I think that's super powerful and meaningful. Let's see. Let's actually test this in here. Generate def. Let's define a function that's like add two strings. It did it. It didn't do it well. With self assertion as context. Test add addition add two strings. All right. Context size is too big. So you know what let's do? You know what we should do? I'm like, you know what let's do? What am I saying? Let's not use the Karen bot. Where's our code? The context window is too big, and we're running out of memory. This is dumb. So let's slice this by 10, and let's just get the first 10 requests. Fine. I hate that, but Oh, do you think the cog life is like an easy life in that regard? Is that the modern issue? Is life too easy, so to speak, assuming life is about authenticity and pursuing purpose? I don't know if life is about authenticity. Interesting. Is life about authenticity? It's an easy life. Is it an easy life? It might not be an easy life. Like, is it an easy life being an NPC? Like, you could say it's easy. It's socially easy because, like, most people, like, if you break the social norms for most people, not people like me, but like if you break the social norms, um, you're gonna like you feel like you're gonna die. Like it's like a small death. So I understand why people do the NPC cog lifestyle, and also they want to procreate, and it's very simple to procreate when you get a cushy job. Like you're gonna find, you're not gonna find the best like option because you're not competitive, but it's another reality that men learn too late typically. But the that like lifestyle of taking the quote unquote easy route and just accepting all the narratives and not questioning and just not wanting to be independent. I don't want to live that life partially because it's not even that like that life sounds really hard. Like it sounds super hard to like because you get even though it's okay, I guess up front it's hard, but long term it's actually super difficult. Because the more I live, the more I learn. If your soul's damaged, your life every day sucks, like exponentially. That's why you get like suicides and all this stuff. Let's see. Oh, the request is forbidden. What? Oh no, that's not nice. Okay, it worked. The context window is too big. All right. The upfront is hard. I'm not gonna pretend. I mean, it is easy if you're a cog. If you're an NPC cog, the upfront is easy. But long term, it's actually like it's hard to be a coward. Okay, in the moment, it's easy to be a coward, right? We all kind of understand that. But living as a coward is a very difficult life. People don't trust you. Wait, why did this return? Oh, interesting. This didn't return JSON. I definitely returned JSON. Gotcha. That's what I find so alluring about the indie lifestyle because I feel like most life fulfillment comes from being yourself rather than social conformity. Social conformity works when you're like starting a civilization from and you're like trying to figure out your the morals versus ethics and like how to I don't want to get too I mean I know like a lot of people are at a cross with like a lot of things with the Bible and all that, but I think it's super valuable just looking if you first look at it just for the archetypes and for the story and the mythos of it. I think that's super valuable. I personally like love Jesus and believe in Jesus, but that's not I'm not trying to, push down anyone, but I'm talking about the Old Testaments because what's really fascinating about the Book of Moses and if you want to if you have any inklings about Christianity or Muslim that you don't like, these types of creation stories and stories of where laws are set up are in every society. So just be grateful for the pattern recognition in it. Okay, like they're really just setting up a society, and they're setting up the laws and the ethics of like a society. And it's like you don't, like you have to pray like this, you don't do this, you do this, you know, you do, like it's very, and people need to consent to order in order to have like society grow. um right now we don't, right now uh we don't really need that, and we're in a situation where well, it's not that we don't need that. We're in a post social conformity growth phase of our society where we have a built society, and we're adding new social conformities around virtue signaling and identity and like feelings and things like this. Because, and it's, in my opinion, it's typically, it's not, it's for like it's not so much for order as much it's for chaos right now. And I don't mean chaos like just so everyone kills each other. I mean chaos. I'm not being like conspiratorial here about that. I mean chaos is in like you live, if you live a chaotic life as a man, you will be very easy to sell to. That's all I'm saying there. Um, all right, so let's see. Let's see why. This is very. I like talking and coding. It's actually kind of interesting. And now I can code because I know why the thing isn't working. It's interesting. This whole thing is interesting. I find this very interesting, like what I've chosen to do this past 2 months. I like it. All right. So, oh, you know why? We need course. No, we don't need course. Hmm. Did I change this URL? Yeah, I did. Let's actually log text. For some reason, we're getting back an HTML page, which in Flask means that things are broken. I feel like, wait, did I not address? Sometimes I forget, did I address? Oh, fulfillment comes from being yourself. What does that mean? See, request forbidden. Please make sure your request has a user agent header. Oh, that's not. Error ngrok 3200. Wait, what? Oh, the ngrok URL isn't found. Oh, well, that'll do it. Yeah, are you sure fulfillment comes from being yourself? There's a chance that might not be true. Because what is yourself? Like, sometimes, like, I could say being myself is just like trying to get as happy as possible every day. Is being yourself a feeling? Like, who are you? Are you your feelings? Like, I mean, like, satisfaction comes from realizing what you want to do with your life on your own accord than pursuing it. Maybe. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm just saying, I think that I think there's an issue because, and by the way, I'm not saying I'm right about, like, I'm not trying to, I might not know what I'm talking about, but there's one issue though, because, wait, why is this link? there's one issue with that because I think a part of purpose has to do with the things you can't control and acceptance of that. Because it's like I think it's in different phases. Like I think you have different phases in your life when it comes to see tunnel and grok not found. Super weird when it comes to like developing. I think like because if you choose something and you want to do it, does that mean it's good? And does that mean it's you? Because what if you chose something as a reaction to something else outside of you, right? What if you chose something because like, okay, nice, we actually got, all right, whew. Okay. So it says based on the given HTTP request, here are the technologies that I think are the architecture for the website. They said React, Node, AWS S3, Fastly. I'm guessing they're using Fastly. Nice. And Chrome, Mac OS. Okay, I need to give it nice. We're actually getting technologies. Cool. We need to be way more specific. We need to tell it to be way more specific. Yay! I'm guessing they are using Fastly. If you don't know Fastly is, and by the way, I'm also not trying to. I'm trying to. I like. It's good to like poke so people can think critically. Not that you're not, but like I'll do that in my head where it's like you're asking. And my brother does that to me a ton. My oldest brother, and I think it's valuable. And I do like disagree though. I will say like I don't think I'm not just like saying hypothetical. I don't think that you get satisfaction from realizing you want to do and then pursuing it. Oh well, I mean, I guess no, you do get satisfaction for that. I'm just saying I don't think that's your purpose. Sorry, I may have miss spoke about that. Yeah, Fastly's this edge computing platform. So it's really a CDN. It's a very smart CDN that's edge computing. So it brings resources closer to the user. Um, yeah, I think purpose comes from. I think it's a lot of stuff you can't control. But you can get satisfaction with that. But like satisfaction, I don't know. Satisfaction's nice. Purpose is better though. All right, let's see. So based on the yeah, we don't have to log every error. I need to tell it to be way more intense about. You're excellent at analyzing, utilizing by the website. Each you should wait. Does GitHub? Do they actually use Node.js and React? Does GitHub use React? Oh, nice. They are using React. So they got that right. Does GitHub use Node.js? Let's see. Oh, they do. Wait, hold on. No, no, I don't think so. Is GitHub built with Node.js? That's crazy that I can't search this. All right. What is GitHub's backend built with? Yeah, no, it's Ruby on Rails. I know they changed it to they changed some stuff to JavaScript and Node, so that's fine. Okay, do you think the internet plays into people's identity, and now that the societies you can subconsciously conform to are virtually infinite, right? Yeah, I think look into collective consciousness. I think the internet and I think one of the things about the internet is that it's kind of controlling our collective consciousness. I think there is a collective consciousness. It's fascinating because I don't know how like powerful that is. Let me think. It's actually, let's see. Maybe I should say things other than these, etc. With yeah, because like I think that yeah, I need to say create an exhaustive list of what you think makes up their server architecture. Do not. All right, let's try that again. Because yeah, I think in terms of like collective consciousness, there's definitely like there's a general like and you can see this where certain events happen and everyone is now talking about it. Then there could be something political or whatever that happens and everyone can immediately talk about it. Okay, cool. So the website appears to be using a node.js based backend architecture. The request URLs indicate the website's using a CDN for assets. Nice. And the response headers contain via fields and server that oh wow, nice. So it's using AWS. The request headers are, and then they think, all right, cool. So I need to say, and I think a part of like, I think we're reaching a time where now, because of these infinite virtual realities on the internet, you can really like, if you choose discipline and like greatness, if you choose your purpose, if you choose crushing, if you choose like, you can choose your world, you can choose your reality to some extent. Like it's a choice. You can choose to be a dumb NPC, or you can choose to crush. And I want to be around people that choose to crush because it really is like it's a free will realm fully. We live in a very resource excessive society for now, and we're now at a point where um, it's really important to understand like um, to find your tribe. Like, do you want to just like be stuck in VR and like listening, talking about like politics and or some like a lot of what's happening is important, but like talking about whatever CNN tells you to forever and just reacting and just getting more weak and like fat and dumb, gay. Like, do you really want that life? And a lot of people hear that and will get offended because I didn't use a word they like or something. But I'm telling you, it's like, would you rather me lie so I could conform? You know what I mean? Oh, what angle? It's like for all the people that get offended by things and the NPCs. Well, if you get offended, it doesn't mean you're an NPC. But I mean, if you get like, you know what I mean? Like if it's like the average like person now, like it's like, would you rather the person lie to keep up appearances? I always wonder that. So please structure each item in the following format. Each item in a list with dashes, an itemized list. You must structure each Actually, I'll do it right here. Please respond. You must structure each of these technologies, frameworks, etc. in an itemized list with dashes. That gonna work? Let's see. Maliki structured outline following. Maliki here with the list structured outline following these rules. List rules. I don't know what you mean. Are you saying like oh, you're saying just have like a list of rules and rather than just doing how I'm doing it here? Nice. Okay, cool. This one did it. It didn't do dashes, it did stars. But this one did it. Nice. All right, cool. And it is using all these technologies. It figured out Fastly and Amazon S3, which is awesome. You can set up the prompt in that form. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh, you mean like I can just set up the prompt as just like a list of random stuff. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. List with dashes. Only list the items with dashes. Gotta be dashes. You do? Nice. So I mean, so far this is working. I'll do that. I'll do that. With the next. I have to do a prompt after this one. I'll do that with that prompt. Can I get these? Okay, this did it. Okay, vendors node. Oh wow, it's doing stars. Should I just tell it to do stars so because it already wants to do it? Only list the items with stars. I'm conforming to the bot. Let's talk about how conforming is bad. Now I'm conforming to the bot. We need to conform. It does dash titles depending on content. Better to let it use the common practice outline formats. Yeah. All right. Look, let me see. All right. Cool. Now let's. You know what? Either way, I can actually just dump this into the response. All right. Cool. So let's do. So we got the server architecture. It's actually working pretty well. So let's now do user form jacking. And then, so what we need to do here is we need to find user data, find user forms, and submit the forms. We have to capture the network after the forms are submitted, which I don't think is hard. We just do random data for the forms. It's not a big deal. Oh, I just realized for user info, it's actually fine if we get failed forms. It's totally fine, which we are going to get. That's completely fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. Because we just want to get more network stuff happening. We want to get buttons clicked. Now this form. We want to. Let's get a password generator npm. Let me get some library to generate unique passwords. Under like a certain framework. So git commit. Oh, I've git committed so many times that I just git committed this node module. That's hilarious. All right. How does this work? So I imagine in the cluster of data, it has better will allow it to use common related things from the cluster than to push it to mixed clusters. Wait, what cluster? Let's see. So so install generate password. Where did I just close this? Am I in another browser? Okay. All right, generate password. npm. It's the one I just went to. Did I close that browser? All right. I'm doing a generate password because I want to just create random passwords. So let's go and let's pass in the page. We're going to page evaluate. We're going to go and we're going to say get all the forms. And for form of forms, let's do form dot let's get all the inputs. And we're going to fill the form here. We should also get required inputs. Or just we should get all input. Get all the inputs and all the required fields. Because there might be a select tag. Let's just do inputs and select. Just be very clear. And then vector data visualized in a 3D clip data. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. For vector data. Yeah. I see what you're saying. So let's see. Inputs. So 4. Oh, my bad. Forgot to array from. Actually, don't know why they use this node list thing. If input get attribute type text, then let's just do my username. It doesn't matter if the form fails, it's fine. We just want to make a request happen. We know that it's not gonna. It's probably gonna like not work. But we can say random string. This doesn't even matter, honestly. So we could say else if input dot get attribute. We just want to submit forms. Attribute type equals password. Let's do this generate password thing. What are all the things that you pass to this? So it's numbers, symbols, 12. I just want to make sure it's typically gonna work. We just want to get something that's probably gonna pass because we want it to go over the wire, and people sometimes do validation for passwords locally. Input dot value equals password. Select all radios. We can say if it's a radio, I forgot the radio check. Sometimes you forget things. Radio or checkbox. Just check it, and then we're skipping some stuff, but it's kind of fine. For we could say else, just do this same one actually. Hold on. Let's just do this. We could say input tag name is select. Oh wait, it's capital, I think. Yeah. The tag name is also, don't think I'm pushing you one way or the other. Just try to help with what I found. Oh no, definitely. No, dude, I appreciate it, Maliki. Definitely. No, a lot of what I learn is just people like saying stuff that like just in passing, and then I'll be like, huh, and then I'll randomly just do it. So no. Keep it coming. Let's see. So we can get a random. So let's get the. Let's just select the last thing in the list. That's pretty safe when you're doing these. When you're trying to like automate. Hey, we're getting when you're trying to automate selecting in like a scraper or in a bot, and you're trying to select like submit forms automatically, and you get select options and all that. Just get the last thing. So let's say array.from options of length this one dot what is it dot value. Dude, my brain is for these types of like I'll like randomly forget stuff like super simple stuff about HTML. And yeah, it's value. Yeah. Okay. So then we'll just say the input value is the last option value. Okay. And then for everything else, we'll just set the value to the string. And this will probably break for some stuff, but for most stuff, it should be fine. Okay, cool. So now let's submit the form after all this. And let's see what happens. So we want to submit the form. And then after these, you know what we want to do? We want to do another one of these. Oh no, we already have the requests happening. So actually, we go to the website and we run this. Is there a way to stop? So they have page on requests. Oh, you know what we can do? It's kind of cheap. Global variable. So I need to I listen to a lot of talks online about LLMs, AI. So my head is full of uses info. No, dude, I get it. I I'm there with you. I've been like learning so much random stuff. Let's see. So we want to say let hacker. So we want to say let once it starts doing the forms, we want to say form requests. Start form requests. For listen to form requests. So in our thing here, and then we want to have form requests. What's this? So the reason why we're doing this, oh yeah, let's change this from result. This is page requests. And then here we could say page request. Okay, so but after we do this, okay, we can parse the JSON now and get the output. We'll split this based on just new line. That's fine. That should be fine. And this is our server architecture. Oh, actually, we don't need to split it. So we just get, this is just the server architecture. And comes from there. So we're using the server architecture to pass it to this user form jacking stuff. And once the user form jacking happens, we're going to say all the requests that happen after this are coming from these forms being submitted. And then after the form submitting, this is when we'll try to figure out the vulnerabilities. I feel you. I feel you. Dev burnout without a deadline, just an overload of info, learning, research, keeping up with all camps, GBT Llama. Yeah, yeah, that's so funny. So yeah, like that's so real. Like the deadlines, what keeps you from burning out. That's so real. Like that's actually there's something real about that. That's like there's a truth to that. Um, so we want to say if I'm going to get this object. This is the request object. But this is our request info. And then form request dot push request info. Else we'll push it to this. Okay, so the form request, and after I just realized we can't request like a ton of forms. We can only request like one form per page. So we're gonna get vulnerabilities per form request. There's a better way to do this. There's a better way to do this. Because I think we can get we can guess vulnerabilities without using. Let's actually guess vulnerabilities from this. Yeah, actually, let's make it. I want to see if I can guess vulnerabilities just with this prompt. And then we could submit forms and then use the request from the form submit and just add that to this. Yeah. Let's do that. I think that's better. Yeah, we don't have to overcomplicate this with like passing a ton of prompts to a ton of prompts. Let's get the context window is kind of small, so we'll have to make do, but we just need to we need to submit these forms. We can only submit one form, so let's actually just submit the first form on the page. We can go back to the page and submit another form, but that's overkill. We're just say if there's a form. So if there's no form, just return. We actually don't need to do this thing here. Yeah, we don't need to do this. I'm overcomplicating it. All we need to do is just submit the form and add it to the whole list of requests, and we can guess the vulnerabilities from the request. We don't have to say list. I wanted to list out the architecture first in the prompt, and then I wanted to say after you list out these, or after you figure out the server architecture, figure out what the vulnerabilities what list out some common vulnerabilities. So we got to rewrite the prompt. We're just going to use one prompt. I'm realizing I don't think we need to overcomplicate this. In fact, it's bad too. Okay, so we actually want to do the prompt after the form jacking. We're going to await the form jacking. We're going to get our list of page requests after this. And I just realized it's a lot of these are too big for the yeah, this is oh, wait. Wait, why is this so few things? Or there's so few things in here. Interesting. It's actually fascinating just using the I wish I could just use all of this, but the context window is too big. Let's do this. Actually, we need to, just because of the context window, we still need to do this thing. Only because when we run this, we want to do page requests, concat, listen to form request or form request. We're gonna do that. We're gonna change this. This is gonna be get vulnerabilities from network. And actually, this whole thing, and this is the vulnerabilities. It did do it though. It actually like figured out the server architecture really well. Right, so user form jacking, breaking up into smaller jobs and running them in sequence, pull result, and go from there depending on the result. Yeah, I think you're right. Thing is, should I even engineer that, or should I just assume? I think you're right. I need to slice this and only run it by 10, and just keep. I'm wondering how do I combine the result then, because it's gonna get. Because like, what do I keep or what do I retain from the output each time? Because it's like I have to say, okay, I have 100 requests. For the first 10, look at it and then do X, and then I need to get the results of all that down the funnel and combine it somehow. I could just say get the guess vulnerabilities from all of them, and then put them together. This one's tough. I may have to assume that you have to have a good CPU or a GPU for this, and just slice it based on the. Also, I don't need to just. I think I can do 20. Being a little uh, conservative with the 10. It broke on the 60. Ask you to reply in a result summary, then pull them and send them all back. What do you mean pull them? Like, how do you pull some summaries? They're all in separate context, right? Like, do you mean like I would? Because like how can I pull them if they're all different summaries? Because they're all on different chunks of the of because like you know what I mean? Like I know what you're saying. Like I want to do that. Just store your results. But I guess what I mean is like if I take in the first 20 and then I get the results for the vulnerability, and then I get the second 20 and I get the results for the vulnerability. I need to some. Oh, are you saying to summarize all of the results? Oh, I see. I think I see what you're saying. You're saying like for each of the chunks, pass all those summaries together and summarize the whole thing. Is that what you're saying? You just need to make a structure so it knows to get the chunks. Are you saying to like chunk them or to get the summary of the vulnerability for each and then have like a big vulnerability summary in the end? Because that makes sense. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Okay, I'm gonna do that. That's smart. Let me do that. Let's do. So we'll have one function that's what you want. Yeah, I need to do that. So this is to get the vulnerabilities prompt. Is just getting the prompt. These prompt. And then yeah. I think that makes sense. I just need to make sure I'm saying like there's going to be some duplicate information. Don't use any duplicate information, and the prompt should be able to figure that out. This will be summarize vulnerability chunks. Nice. That actually solves that, I think. To beat the 400K limit, I use this tech a lot. The crazy thing is this one's limit is a lot bigger, but the computer, I mean the GPU can't take it for some reason. We must be the memory store for AI until yeah. And this is going to be the output. Oh, this is actually I like this. Okay, cool. All right. So, let's chunk it out. Um I guess we can just say, yeah, we'll just do this. This is the size. We'll make the chunk size 10 by default. And we'll actually just make a function for this. Function get per chunk requests. These are the requests. It is 10 sec Fred. 10 sec Fred? What's that? And this is the, we'll just pass in the chunk size. Just say for, say while requests forgot. Can you splice it? You do splice at 2 comma 5 and then get that. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we'll just do while request length greater than 0. We'll do requests dot splice, and then we'll say chunk size. We'll say I don't know, for some reason that using I is weird right there. And then this will be comma x comma chunk size I plus equals chunk size. Cool. Chunk. Then we'll say request chunks push chunk, and we'll return chunks. All right, cool. That was like an easy and lead code. I remember it is Fred, 10 sec Fred, but was Tom, so 10 sec Tom. I think for oh, Adam Sandler from 51st Dates. Man, I haven't seen the movie since I was a kid. 10. Oh, you're talking about 10. Oh man, that's funny. I haven't thought about that in years. That's so funny. Yeah, 10 sec. Yeah, that's so funny. All right, cool. So let's do, we chunk the requests and, oh, actually, when we chunk the requests, we don't need this form request thing. Yeah, we don't need the form request thing because we can just, yeah, we don't need that. Cool. Cool. And all we need to do is once this is done and it clicks the submit, um, yeah, we can get the request right here. So right when we submit that form, we'll get the request. I don't think we have to wait for anything to happen. Actually, no, let's wait for something in the form. Treat AI as Tom. Oh yeah, true, because it's it forgets every 10 seconds. Yeah, that's funny. Say your rules of the structure as the header to the requests. This way the AI knows where it is and working on. Set your rules of the structure as the header to the requests. Wait, what do you mean? Like this thing I have? Like this header? Or you mean like request headers? There's always headers. Why does coding always have headers as see request chunks? Head each request with rules. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. Um it might work without that. I know I get what you mean because it's like you keep telling it because it's gonna forget. I'll try. I may you know what I could do is I could just chunk it. I could make the chunk size 1 to do that. I'll do 10 first, but I get what you're saying. I could make the chunk size 1 and then combine all of them. Because now I'm just gonna make a request for it. Interesting. Request chunks. So we'll say 4. Right, bad word, preface, then same rules, then request. It really interesting. Like request. Yeah, I I think the summary. I think this will work. Hmm. Let's pass in the chunks. We get the prompt, and then we parse the response. We get the output. Then we get the vulnerable. I got to rewrite the whole prompt. Um, and then the vulnerability is going to be a string, and then we're going to get vulnerabilities, some vulnerability summaries, and then vulnerability summaries dot push, and then we push all the vulnerabilities, and then we summarize the vulnerability chunks. And this is the final result. This is the vulnerabilities. I actually want to add the website to the to this. I want to do see, .origin .host host host. I want to do this. I'm gonna name the file the name of the website. Really hard to predict where to cut off. And I use counter on more complex ones, so I know stay cut off the window relevance or AI, how it weighs from the oldest and newest. Lots of unknowns. Oh. I think the window of relevance it's whatever context window is trained on, if that's what you mean. Oh, I see what you're saying. How it weighs from oldest to newest, if it does it all. Yeah, and more so, it uses everything. That's why it's slower. The greater the context window is it oldest to newest actually isn't. It's all depending on whether it was trained on a context window that was large. If it was trained on a context window that's large, then all of it's utilized. Um, it's just once you start getting past that and the context window starts getting huge, it starts to really get bad. But the first token and last token are both in. They're still utilized in the probability at the same um, the same level per the same. They're both utilized at the same effect. I guess is the best way to put it. Okay, so also log the result. Summarize. We're gonna have two prompts. One to summarize. Thank you for that. That actually helped a ton. So we gotta rewrite this. You are a web security engineer bot. You're excellent at analyzing HTTP requests from a client browser. Oh right. So what'd you say again? Yeah. And then you just say follow these rules. You must follow these rules. Hold on. Actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna do that. So like the role is to guess what the website giving what this website's possible vulnerabilities, security abilities are to request information. You need to compare and contrast the series of determine this is really important. You need to compare and contrast the series to determine the web security vulnerabilities. Assume that hacker will Assume that there is sensitive data associated with these requests. If so, what are some ways? And then say, before you respond with the vulnerabilities, with the vulnerabilities, list out what technologies, frameworks, libraries, cloud platforms, vendors, etc., are being utilized by this website. This one, I like the list format. Create an exhaustive list of what you think of what each vulnerability is and why. And a sentence description of how you got to that conclusion. Respond with only. We actually don't need to parse anything for the output, which is nice because it's just like a description this time. With only the server architecture you guessed and the list of vulnerabilities, security vulnerabilities determined based on analyzing the network. And then we're going to summarize all of it. So that we'll see what that does, but I want to do the summarize chunks. This is going to take in each of the chunks. And we're going to say generate, and we're going to pass it the prompt. That's all the same. But we're going to have to get the prompt. Prompt is going to be to write the prompt. So get vulnerabilities, summaries, prompt, summarizer, prompt. It's going to pass in the summaries. This is going to be like, this might be like a lot of summaries. I think it's probably fine. As well as their descriptions. Say, limit your reasonings for why you chose these vulnerabilities to one to 2 sentences. No more than 2 sentences. Sentence descriptions. Okay. Here's the following format. All right. So here is, so we have another prompt. Which is going to be so we'll say you're a web, so you're a summarizer bot, because this one doesn't actually need to. You're excellent at taking many. You're a web security summarizer bot. I don't know. No. Taking many summaries of technical information. You're a technical information summarizer bot. And summarizing the information without information. You must follow these rules. Here's the following format of the summaries. This will be summary, the summary, you must summarize all the summaries together without missing any unique information. You must not duplicate any information, and if there are any duplicates, remove deduplicate it. Is he gonna know what deduplicate means? You must deduplicate the information so it is succinct. Limit your response to keep your response as a list of information separated by or itemized with stars, because I think it's better at stars. Keep your list. I think that's fine. And then we're gonna have the summaries here. We're gonna map. Oh my god, I was updating this one. Whoops. I don't really need to undo it. I could just move this one down. Hold on. All right, so map these summaries. Join with a new line. summary. Summary, new line, summary. Okay, so we're summarizing our summaries. So now we're gonna do that, and we're gonna send it up to the server, and then we're actually gonna make this a global variable, API URL. So using it multiple times. API URL, API URL. What am I missing? Because I didn't test anything in a long time. So summarize results, async, prompt gets summaries. Run the prompt, we summarize everything. That's after we chunk it, and we get the vulnerabilities from the change this function name. So we get this chunk, we pass it to the prompt. We get this, we push the vulnerabilities to the summary. Let's log every vulnerability that we get. And then okay, so we'll log the amount of chunks. So chunks length, chunks count. Okay. Should be 6 chunks. Pretty sure. There's like 60 things in the network. Okay. Let's run. I don't think we have to rerun the server though, which is nice. Still running. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. All right. Already have an error. This isn't an async function. So it did things super fast. Let me move this up. But okay, where is that? I did a lot of stuff I didn't test. Like a lot. Oh, I missed totally missed what you said here. Let's see. Really hard to predict where cutoff is at the window row. No, just talking within the session. Or are you training a model explicitly unless instructed otherwise? Oh no. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're just talking about within the session. I think I know what you're saying. Oh wait, generator is not defined. Wait, what? Why is generator not defined? Oh, because I'm in the page evaluate. Let's just use the password. Pass a password to this. No, I know what you mean. Wait, no, that's what I mean. I do mean within a session. Yeah. No, I'm saying like when as it's predicting the next tokens, it does take the whole window into account. Nice. Okay, we're submitting the thing. Oh, change this. Whatever. I didn't say if it's a button, ignore it. Even though it's submitting the form, it should actually stop. I just say else if input get attribute type equals submit uh, it's better. I have to stop. If it's just don't apply. No, it doesn't matter, obviously. All right, this still is running. Oh, because this is like. Hold on a sec. I don't know why this would hang. Let's close this browser. It should not hang. The form should submit. Oh, because it's awaiting? No, it shouldn't be awaiting. Let's just return. Shouldn't even await this. Yeah, this isn't synchronous, right? Let's return this. Oh my god. This just killed the whole terminal session. Building a scan tool. Yeah, it essentially looks at the network and it tries to learn about the network. Try to see if there's vulnerabilities in the network. Oh, what's going on with this? Let's close this out. I don't know why that would. Why would that be so slow? I may turn off the form jacking. I mean, it really shouldn't be an issue because I'm submitting the first form on the page just to get more information. I think is good to do because then you're getting actual. Because I think because really when you're the flow of the user data is huge when it comes to exploits. Okay, it's submitting the form. It's like establishing secure connect. I don't know why it's taking so long. Also, it shouldn't like. I don't know. It shouldn't wait for this, right? Hold on. Oh, is this while loop the thing that's messed up? I keep splicing it. No, this should not. Got chunks. Am I doing a forever while loop? It should be splicing this forever and ever, or like until it stops. test this out. Just try to chunk this array. 2. Oh yeah, my bad. Splice should be removing this though. I wrote this wrong. So I get the that's such a silly error. Am I doing wrong here? So I splice 0, comma 2. And then I get the x, and then I add 2 to 0. So I slice 2 for x, that's splice 2, comma 2. Wait, what? Oh, I'm an idiot. I don't have to do this. I can just keep doing 0, comma 2. Wait, I mean splice, not slice. Yeah, I can just keep doing that. So I can just keep doing 0, comma chunk size. All right. So we're just like constantly cutting the first 10 things out of it, and then it's passed by reference, I guess. So it's like with JavaScript, it's like some things just update the reference, some things don't. I don't think there's a real rule system around that. JavaScript is very weird. It doesn't operate off of like logic. All right, submit the form. Nice. Okay, we have 6 chunks. We can close the browser after that happens. Initial. Oh, didn't return information. Undefined. Because I'm using a variable there. Very silly. I must be doing that somewhere else too. Yep. Right, let's see what vulnerabilities it got from GitHub. Because it did get some vulnerabilities. Actually, I'm just going to run it again. Oh, wait, I got to close the browser. Oh, actually, this script is very nice. I like this script. All right, so after it gets the request chunks, it can stop actually. So I can say browser.close right here. It got all the information it needs. We're in and out. Close this browser. Nice. It closed it way too early. What? I don't. Oh, because right. We gotta do we gotta wait for the navigation and then close it. So let's await timeout. 5 seconds. And then close it. We don't need to close the browser. It's not a big deal. I'm trying to think. Do we need to? No, we should wait. Yeah. We should wait until the the request completes, which we'll just do 5 seconds for now. We can wait for navigation, but that's not a big deal. So we need to test this, definitely. All right, close the browser, got the chunks. I want to say for each of these, I want to say entries, comma, I forgot, is it this comma I? No, it's I comma. Yeah. Okay, nice. Okay, here's the vulnerabilities. This website uses GitHub's CDN services for delivering the assets for GitHub website. The requests you provided with are the following files. Based upon the URL, these files appear to be related to GitHub's JavaScript libraries, which are likely to enhance functionality. Based on the analysis of the HTTP request, here are the possible security vulnerabilities that I identified. Missing content security policy headers. Okay, I guess it is. Um, Missing HTTP. Okay, it's just saying missing headers, which yeah, these are vulnerabilities. I wanted to say like a little bit more intense vulnerabilities, but okay. Insecure server-side library. Given the list of server-side libraries used by the website, it's possible that some of them are vulnerable to known security. It's recommended to review the security advisory patch. Okay, hold on. It's still generating results. All right, here's the new one I got. So it said the website server architecture is a monolithic architecture. It means it's a single application. How does it? It can't possibly know that. It's getting confused because I'm using GitHub, and it's because GitHub's a technology technically. Um, when it comes to the development stack, some of these are good security things. Some of these are actually very good. The HTTP header stuff. Um, some of these are good. It's good that we're summarizing though. It is actually getting some vulnerabilities. Like it's saying that it doesn't have a lot of it's saying that it doesn't have a lot of like headers that it needs and different cross-site scripting things that it needs. That's fair. I really should say like limit the. These are way too big. It's gonna destroy the it's gonna be out of memory when I because I'm gonna use all of these summaries and summarize it. I'm pretty sure it's gonna CUDA's gonna go out of memory. Due to the above, I need to like log some stuff here. It's pretty cool. Like I'm not being honest. I'm like being very harsh with it because we want to get good results. So this is very cool. Summarizing results. Results. Oh, it finished. What? Wait, what? Um, this is not what? This is the final result is just a JavaScript or a Python test file. Well, the intermediary steps worked. Okay, let's see what's wrong with this. So I'm getting the summaries, getting the prompts in here. I'm getting the summaries mapped together. with this summary. You're a technical information summarizer bot. You're excellent taking summaries of. All right. You're a web security vulnerability summarizer bot. Do not respond with any code or anything not. Actually, let's get rid of it. I think I just need to tell it what not to do in the end. Do not respond with any code or anything not related to summarizing the given summaries. You must only respond with your summary of the given summaries. User summaries. I don't know why it just gave me a file with a ton of Python code in it. I don't know why I did that. Run this again. Okay. We just submitted the form. Close the browser. We're doing our first chunk. We should probably do it a site other than GitHub, but it's fine. Well, because GitHub's making it a little confused. It is working though. Like it's kind of saying some generic stuff. Like it's like SQL injection. It's okay. I mean, like, give me reasonings. So some of them are very good though. Some of them are like actually giving reasonings. It has course misconfiguration, HTTP methods exposure, injection attacks, website resources are shared with HTML. Any input received from client side can be manipulated. That's super generic. It's just saying that injection attacks. I need to be very specific. Each vulnerability you mention must be related to the network information you've been given. You must cite the you must cite each vulnerability with snippets from the network information. Like it's just saying generic shit. Stuff. All right, so it's doing the fourth one. Now it's doing the fifth one. It's cool. Like it's talking about security, and some of it is like legit. Like it has like it's talking about issues with yeah, this one's good because it actually says the technologies at first and all this. It says I will not provide any information about these vulnerabilities. Oh, interesting. Hmm. It's actually cool. It said that on the one where I had request that the site is under construction, it actually like talked about that here. So it is doing it, but okay. Let's summarize all the results. Let's see. Let's do this part. See if it actually fixed its response here. Okay, cool. It says security vulnerability. I don't know what this is. Security vulnerabilities are classified as the net. It's just a specific vulnerability classified. Note that summary based on the previous. What? What is this? I don't think it's doing it here. Hold on a sec. Wait, did I do something wrong in the? So this one's good and has this as a system and the prompt. Close the system, close, and then it gets the prompt. Hmm. I don't know why this one's weird. Huh. All right. Well, hopefully this one should be better because summaries are better here. All right, we get in the first chunk. See how fast it is. Like it's doing it, which is cool. Like it's doing it for each of the snippets. I just want to get that final summary, and I want these summaries to be good because the summaries are a little generic. It's like cross-site scripting. So yeah, okay, cool. Based on the network request information, here's an analysis. Cross-site scripting, the issue. The website is using user-generated content as HTTP response. User agent does include, accept. Okay, malicious such as JavaScript could be injected. Still kind of generic. Okay, cool. The website is using predictable request URLs with sensitive data. Contains sensitive data and is predictable. Interesting. That's actually interesting. Yeah, it's true. This is containing sensitive information. It's giving it the file structure of the computer here. That's true. Wow, good job, LLM. I mean, it's not. It's like a super like not big deal. Also, I should pick a site that probably has bad security too. All right, so the it's citing stuff now though in a victim's browser. So it says the request headers include this, which indicates the request can be executed on a victim's browser through. I don't know if that's true. Okay, the response headers include this, which indicates it's like trying. It says it's not using X-frame options header to stop clickjacking attack. So it's doing some stuff. Okay, it is doing stuff. Okay, to me, it looks like the information because the request path is similar. I can infer that. Cool, cool, cool. Cross-site scripting is actually pretty good. I'll be honest. Um, it's making HTTP requests to the following. The requests are making on a different domain than the reasoning the request. So that's fine that it's making different requests. The XSS stuff, it's like super fixated on XSS, cross-site scripting. It's not bad. This isn't bad. It's actually kind of interesting. All right, let's see. Dynamic content, open direct. This vulnerability should occur if, let's see. Now it's kind of like freaking out. All right, let's see if it can summarize it. I don't know why it didn't summarize it before. Super weird. The response is like weird, and they're like, I don't know why. Maybe we need to make this a little smaller. It's not a lot of information, actually. Oh, this is another one. Okay, so they're recommending stuff. Ensure that any requests contain. Oh, this is great advice. The manifest JSON file also contains a parameter called start URL, which specifies the start URL of the web application. The parameter could potentially be used to redirect the user to a malicious URL. Ensure that any requests that contain sensitive information are. This is actually interesting. These are not perfect, but they're interesting. They're interesting. So, ah, it says student. The summary is like kind of bad. I get the information it's giving before the summary is actually very good. You said there was like an uprising at your coding club. What was that about? I don't. I didn't want to get into it. Sai. I feel like because some random. No, no, it was. No, I guess I'll get into it. It's not a big deal. It was. It was actually me. Like I was the problem, kind of. No, I wasn't the problem. They were being lazy. So they didn't like. They all. I was the only one that knew it. I was like 15, so it was like 10th grade. There's all these kids wanted to start a video game developing club. They didn't know how to code, and they kind of just were like, "Hey, Jared, teach us how to code," or like they wanted me really to just build the game, and I was like just teaching them Python, and they're like a lot of the kids are like, "We don't like, we just want to make games," and I was like, "Well, you gotta learn how to code to make games," and and this one kid wrote this like on the Facebook because at that point I was like running the club, and he wrote this like manifesto to pretty much to dethrone me. And there was all these debates because they were like, "We just want to make games." I've been dealing with I've been dealing with these people my whole life, and then I confronted the kid at school, and he was a lot different in person about it. Oh, actually, he's very cool. I'm not gonna get it. I think senior year we became friends. I like him. He's actually a good guy. That's like classic high school drama. It's such high school drama. And I was like, but to be fair, I wasn't perfect in the situation because I was a little ego about it. Like I kind of thought I was better a little bit. Um, that's so funny you remember that. Yeah, I had like I wrote my college essay about that, and the colleges liked it because I learned like how to be a leader because you have to like listen. Um, yeah, I've random situations where like that. All right, let's run this again on a different site because the summary wasn't great because it just gave generic information in the final summary. Overall, the whole thing's good if you just read through all the vulnerability summaries it gives. I mean, if you really want to go dark side with this, by the way, disclaimer: our hacker bot is just detecting vulnerabilities. It's not doing anything. Okay, it's not taking action on that. But if you really did, you could, you absolutely could. You could generate code to do SQL injection based on these patterns it's recognizing, and then you could automate passing the SQL injection to the forms. Um, but yeah, it's so funny, like a literal what but a literal uh like coup. I was probably maybe I wasn't being fair in the coup. No, I was being fair. They should have just not been lazy and just learned how to code. Oh, we just want to make games. Well, you have to put in the work. All right. So, dang, that was so long ago. All right. I'm gonna run this on a different site. What's a site that I should try to get vulnerabilities on? I'm gonna do another login page for somewhere. For somewhere. What am I? Okay. Um, what's like a site? Twitter? I don't know a lot. I just know Twitter. All right, let's go to Twitter. Oh yeah, we can't really like submit the form here easily. I don't think they have a form here. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Let's change github.com to Twitter. Login. Try to see some vulnerabilities in Twitter. GitHub, it was confused because GitHub itself is like a technology, and I mean, it had some, there's some like tidbits in there that were actually very good advice. Why can't it go to the site? What? Oh, did I misspell that? I don't understand. They may be blocking me, which is fair. I think it's fair that they're that they're blocking Puppeteer now. I don't know why I just blocked that. Huh. I I don't know. It's super weird. Um, it's another site that has like a login. It's like I can't even think of any site. Just like social media, Tumblr. Would use that. I just googled social media. All right, let's use Brave search for social media. No. Let's use a login for something. Why do you think Twitter is better now? I feel like everyone I know disagrees with that. Dude, Twitter's great. It's like free. It's not fully free, but it's like my feed is incredible. It's based. Um, they don't like Twitter. What do they not like about it? It's not like the best thing ever. It's definitely better than it was before. Like before, it was like horrible. The site I could log into. Why is this like um Pinterest? Do people use Pinterest? Does Pinterest have a login? I haven't logged in here. Oh my god, that's my picture when I was like 15. Wow, I have a Pinterest or a 16. Wow, that's crazy. Like I'm still logged in. I don't think I've ever been on this since I created that account, and I think I remember when I created that account on Pinterest. It was because I was doing something with their design like 10 years ago. That's so funny. Like what? All right, whatever. Let's just put in Pinterest here. How am I logged in? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Why would I be logged in? It's because I'm logged into I don't know. I don't know. Who cares? All right. Let's see if we can get some vulnerabilities here. Ignore these logs. These logs are on Pinterest's side. Let's see here. The website's not loading. How come no website's loading now? What's going on? What's going on? Oh, hold on a second. Facebook login. Let's do this. No redirect. I don't know why no sites are loading up here. Okay. All right. All right. Let's try to see if Facebook has any vulnerabilities. Okay. Makes sense. Requests couldn't be processed. Makes sense. Okay. We have 8 chunks from the browser. Wait. Oh, this broke. Anyway, the second one seems fine. This one's taking time, which is good. This one's interesting. I mean, it's like it's working. Like I'm like trying to think about. All right, let's look at these. So it's saying the website uses it says it uses Facebook as technology. Okay. Use Chrome. It uses Facebook Analytics. It does. It uses React. I'm guessing it uses React Dump Server. It uses Facebook Debug. Okay. All right. Based on network requests, assuming there's sensitive data, the page will have the following: open redirect vulnerability. This vulnerability occurs when an attacker is able to trick the user Moses URL. It is common among the. Oh, that's interesting. You can send them to a website that is designed to steal it. Since the request headers don't vary between the request and response, we cannot use that as a red flag. The F Facebook debug header is a common among the request headers. Oh, it's kind of that's a deep one. Authentic bypass. A bypass here occurs when the user is supposed to authenticate to access certain features or functionality. The vulnerability occurs when the website forgets to log the user. Okay. When the user logs in, this means the attacker can stay logged in. When the user logs in, they receive a S debug with the interesting session fixation. Okay. It's kind of getting stuff. Okay. So it says the Facebook. There's a lot of information here. A lot of this is actually legit. Some isn't. It says some of the technologies it's using is origin and user agent. That one's not legit. Let's see, SQL injection. Well, they guess that it's a PHP backend, but it also said one of the technologies is Facebook. It's not bad. It's just not like perfect. It's working though, which is cool. Let's see this last summary. Let's see this last summary. This is fun. This was an interesting stream though. A lot of it was just like talking about life. I mix it up sometimes. Gotta mix it up sometimes. It's kind of. So, and also, Code Llama was actually working. I don't know if you guys remember, but I wasn't able to get it working on that last video. Okay, summarizing all the results. Let's see. Let's see. All right. All right. After the summarized results, I'm out of here. Anyone have any questions? Talk about anything? Chill. All right. Let's see. Let's go to the facebook.com. What? The summarizer's not working. Hmm. It gets the prompt. Then it passes the prompt up. Gets the vulnerability. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know why this prompt is messed up. Is this one good? And then I'm mapping this, and then I'm joining this. Hmm. Summarize vulnerability chunks. Vulnerability. I gotta figure this part out. I don't know why this is messed up. Yeah, I always finish strong. Oh, this is the wrong side. Wrong page. So it gets the index of this and it strips everything, and then that's just working for everything. Hmm. There's a string. Why does it have the prompt in there? Everything's right, but it's wrong. What's going on here? Let me think. So I generate this, I post this, pass it the prompt. But did you guys like invent the term scheme, at least in regards to like how you guys use it? I think so. I think that's the first time. Yeah, it's like a meme now, right? Yeah, kinda. I mean, not like the word, but like the way we're using it. Yeah. Playing. That's fire. I don't know if anyone would just say that. I think maybe we did. Back to getup.com. Okay. I'm so confused. Why would this be weird? Oh, I know why. Because have some of these responses have other stuff in them. Sorry, I know that's weird. I mean, some of these responses have. Oh, I need to get the last occurrence of that. Mhm. I want to see other people saying that. It's perfectly casually something, making something cool. It's like, I know. Scheme is like it's a real like it resonates. It's like there's more Jack there. I remember we were it was like one of the first times we hung out in person. We were at a bar and it was we were talking about I was like visiting New York again, even though I hate that place. And I don't hate it, but it's just like super weird energy there. But and I remember we were talking about like how we should start a podcast, and he was like, everything's about the scheme. It's like schemology. I think he definitely saw the idea. All right. Well, we're getting the summaries. This last summary result's weird. I think it should be fine. It should be fine. I don't have to like make it weird finishing. I mean, like it's finished. The last summary is like odd though. Let's try it one more time with GitHub. Let's try it one more time with GitHub. This is pretty interesting though. Like I will say, it's like we are kind of just straight up like finding vulnerabilities of sites because it's actually saying a ton of valuable information when it comes to finding vulnerabilities. Some of it's saying a lot of generic stuff, but it's saying like a lot of fascinating things. Like if someone's interested in pen testing and stuff like that, this is a kind of a cool tool here. Let's see. I also like this setup I have where I have the LLM and then I have like on the API on Colab, and then I just fire up prompts from my script. Like I like this little environment I have here. All right, let's yeah, like all these summaries are interesting. We may have to just not. I think we're just gonna not use the final summary, and we'll just use all these chunks. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Buffer. Why is this one? This one got that is using C sharp. That's not good. It's not perfect. Let's go. There has to be some way I'm parsing this wrong. It's actually log. Oh, that's what's wrong. I see. Let's actually stop this. I know the issue. That makes me feel good. Remove all occurrences. String. AI equals master hacker is master everything. Yeah. No, it's actually kind of crazy. All right. So what we should do is for each of the vulnerabilities, we got to remove this tag. Oh, it has a slash in it like that. I totally forgot how to do that. Man, this regex thing is such a pain. Yeah, I'm gonna do it the lazy man's way. That's the lazy man's way. All right. Now let's do it. Okay, I gotta go see you guys. Hey, see ya. See ya, Sai. Yeah, I gotta go too. This is the last. I'm running this terminal, or I'm running this one more time. So we're chunking all the requests. We're using the LLM to try to figure out the vulnerabilities around each of these requests, and then we're summarizing all these in the end. Oh, my bad. Got to make a let variable, which is cool. It's a very cool project here. I'm gonna have a late night meal where I eat a ton of eggs and butter, beef tallow, and uh, and noodles and eggs. My diet's mostly beef, ground beef, and potatoes and eggs. Yeah, it's mostly what I eat, and fruit. I like fruit. Why am I saying my diet? It's late. It's only late because like because typically I feel like other streams that were late, like this one, because this is wait, is this what? When did I start this? Is this almost 6 hours? Wow, Jesus. Um, but other streams I did that were late, I feel like that day I didn't do stuff. Today I kind of did stuff. But then again, like those days I actually did do a lot of stuff too. No, I'm just making excuses. Uh oh. One of the what broke? Why did it break? It's on line 339. There's a line 339. Oh, 239. Okay. Well, that's why we do try catch. I'm thinking next because like I want to do more reverse engineering type things when it comes to the web. I have an idea of making a LLM, which I already kind of messed around with a ton. But I need to make it work well, like making an LLM. What's it called? Making an LLM state machine, where essentially you pass in the current state of your website and the interactions, and it can guess what the site should look like after that. After you just train a crazy HTML pre-post state model, which is why I'm doing the tiny web dev LLM videos, which I actually worked on recently. And I think that'd be so cool because imagine, oh, oh, the server's down. Oh, okay, but imagine if if you could just enter in, if you had a web browser that was just a website, and everything else was just AI generated for the beginning of that website, all based on the interactions. And you could just like that's amazing to me. Russian eggs, hard boiled, cut in half, take yolk out, load in. Yeah, yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. It's kind of like deviled eggs. That sounds like, yeah. It's kind of just like, it's like deviled eggs with Worcestershire sauce and without the mayonnaise. Let's see. That sounds good. I like Scotch eggs. People that like don't eat meat, I'm like, you're nuts. And then they also won't eat eggs. It's like, wow. So you're just going for it, aren't you? So you genuinely think that's a good idea. I'm like, meat is like what nourishes you. Devil mix the yolks in the pate. Oh the Russian sloppy. Nice. That sounds good. My favorite dishes are like egg noodle pasta dishes that have like meat sauce, like a meat sauce, like very heavy, like Swedish meatballs type heavy. Like I'll make that for myself with like great meatballs and everything. I love it. Really, just any like Italian dish. Use a white side like a bowl to hold toppings. Oh yeah, yeah. That sounds great. German family, meat and potatoes. Yeah, meat and potatoes. That's meat, potatoes, and some egg noodles. Dude, potatoes. You know what I really like is I really like what's it called, when you have like the potato mixed with the flour and you like fry it, mix with like a flour and maybe butter, and you fry it. Like that's awesome. Let's see. Oh wow, this is actually interesting. It's like it's getting some stuff. It is getting some stuff. Yeah, yeah, potato dumplings. Yeah, when they have stuff in them. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let's see if we can actually get the summarized result here. This better work. This has to work. It has to. Sliced potatoes fried with apple slice and yeah, that sounds great. Yes. Yeah. That sounds awesome. When I was in Germany, I really liked that it was all just like it was very meat oriented and like potato and like onions and like sauerkraut. It was like it was good. I actually really liked it. And they have this like curry what's it called? Curry ketchup. I actually kind of like that. I was like, see. Summarizing the result. You better summarize this result. Wow, it's taking a while to summarize the result. That's crazy. It's not crazy. It's a lot. It's a very long context window. It's actually not crazy at all. That would take a while. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Website appears to be a GitHub repository. Oh, okay. I see what it's doing. It is summarizing it. It's just picking apart different things. I think. Yeah, that's actually okay. It's doing it. All right. We're doing it. We're detecting website vulnerabilities. Nice. With an LLM. LLMs are powerful. Okay. All right. I'll see you, Maliki. I'm gonna eat a ton of food after our conversation. All right. Peace.